This is a Miami Sports Music Podcast Network production. This is the #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers, let's go.
I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter column. Whole squad been trained to go. Phins for life, we throw the folk. Singing this just to welcome bro. To a time, to a time. Time to grind, time to shine. To a time, to a time.
What's up?
To a time, to a time. To a time,
Apparently,
time to grind, time to shine.
apparently there was a show this morning.
To a time, to a time. My intuition told me this.
What's up, everybody? Good morning to my family with a PH and my Finlaws. It is your boy, Stephen D. Yeah. It wouldn't be flip-floppers without some crazy controversy on my first day coming back after a week absence. What is going on? How y'all doing this morning? What is up? Yes, unacceptable behavior, Stephen D. Yes, I know. I want to say good morning to everybody. I am Stephen D. For those of you who don't know or don't remember me, you can follow me on all social media at Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. I know that it's I know you're not used to seeing me because I haven't been here for a week. And then I was supposed to be here this morning. All right. Truth. All right, here's truth. Okay, so here's the truth. Truth is, it was the first day back. School's not back yet. And I wake up with my kids. School's been out for over a week here. And I was up till like 5 a.m. last night getting stuff ready for the shows this week, finally getting my taxes done. And I was literally up till 5:30 a.m. And was thinking to myself, okay, I'll just wake up with the kids. I'll be good to go. Except there were no kids to wake up to this morning because there was no school. So I woke up to a lot of messages from Jason Sarney, messages from Allie, a.k.a. Dolfreaky, a.k.a. messages from other fans. Yeah. I messed up this morning, guys. Sorry. I do want to apologize to Jason for leaving him hanging this morning. Was not my intention. It's been a crazy week, man. It has been absolutely insane. And it was not my intention to do that this morning. My intention was to enjoy the morning, have a great show. And that obviously didn't happen. So let me I'm gonna bring Jason on in a minute. Let me just say I apologize. I want to apologize to Jason, first of all. And I want to apologize to you, the fans, for not I apologize for not being here for all of you. And then this morning leaving y'all hanging like that was not my intention. Was never my intention. Are you okay?
I'm
Were you
fine.
going to call the police again?
No. I was about to check on the kid. I thought I had a mother. You have driven me through the ringer this morning, my friend. But I love you.
I mean, I love you too. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Let's
everybody.
just say welfare checks happened this morning.
Woo! Never been so happy to say what's going on, Stephen D.
Does Stephen Daniels live here? Yes.
Oh my God.
Is he okay? Yes. Okay, we got a welfare check about him this morning. I'm just playing. No welfare check happened, but I did get a lot of phone calls this morning. It was not good.
Oh. Whew. All right,
Hey.
Monday.
What's up, man? What's going on? It's not like I was gone for a week or whatever. No drama happened at all over the last 10 days. I was pretty much gone. No, nothing happened while I was away. It was so quiet on the Western Front. Did you see what I did there? I used title to a Netflix movie, All Quiet on the Western Front. Did you see that? Yeah. Okay.
Well done.
At Miami Sports Music, everywhere except on Twitter. Are bombs dropping? Are you having bombs drop on me? And it just all went to it all went. Are you saying that everything went to crap this morning? Is that what happened, Jason?
No. And the thing is, like, let's all right. Let's have some fun about this and never talk about it again. And never talk about it again.
I'm pretty sure everybody thought I was dead this morning.
Well, all right. Let me. All right. 2-minute drill on this, Steven. And then
my wife storms into the room.
Stop it.
Were you supposed to be on the air this morning? What time is it? It should only be like 8 o'clock. What are you talking about? Steven, the kids didn't go to school today. It's almost 11:30. What?
But we spoke this morning. That's the thing that scared me. It's like you gave me the schedule.
Dude, did I not text you at 5:30 this morning saying, all right, this is what we're going to talk about.
And that's
what we're going to do. I'm trying to tell you, I was up at 5:30. I was all ready to go for the show today. I'm thinking I'll get 4 hours of sleep. I'll be good to go.
Let me paint this picture and then we're done with this because this was a little embarrassing. I'm not going to lie. I got a little nervous. Let's delete that last one.
Allie hit me up too.
Well, because I hit up Allie. I'm like, who knows? I hit up like everyone that I knew in like the vicinity of Maryland, you know? And I just, what else am I supposed to do? It's like, we spoke this morning, right? And you're on a show every day, right? And
well, I mean, not every day. I didn't do a show last week to the masses.
You know what I mean. You had a vacation. But in a normal sense, this is not a normal occurrence. Everyone is waiting. I jump on to talk about the cruise, which is fun. And then I'm just starting to get concerned. And I had my son sleeping still. So I'm like, you know what? This is late because they're home from school. I got to check on my little guy. So I started to get what I call the nerves. I started to get the nerves, man. And I had to do my thing. You're still not on. I'm calling you, no answer.
Steven out here working banker's hours. William said,
you know, I do what a lot
first
of
donation
people,
back. I appreciate it, William.
I did what a lot of people in my lineage and family usually do, and that is overreact.
Yeah, well, you know, no, it's my fault. I'm sorry. You shouldn't apologize. You started the show. It's on me.
And then
Bob 954 says #1 Miami Sports Morning Show. My butt. This guy, Stephen D, can't even show up to do his job. How unprofessional.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Bob 954. I apologize. And then apparently other shows got started this morning. Apparently there's other shows on the air as we speak. So, I mean, look, that's my fault, guys.
All good.
That is 100% my fault. Now, yeah. Sorry.
Drama. Live podcast.
Drama. We all right. Well, first things first. Let me tell you how my time away was. So,
please, I'm listening.
So I went on a very much needed vacation. We had that show on Friday, and then after that show, I went and picked up I got a really good deal on a rent-a-car because my car was on the fritz, so I had to get a rent-a-car. And we drove down to. I got a car for a week for like $150. It was really good, midsize SUV. Let's go. Although let's just say, as a big guy, the midsize SUV was a size medium for me in the front seat. Okay, can I get a bigger size, please, sir? This is what you paid for. But I'm a big guy. No. Anyways, I had gotten a large sedan. That's really what it was. But they had no more large size sedans. All they had was mid-sizes SUVs. I'm thinking that's an upgrade. It's not an upgrade. Okay. $150 for a week. It's like 100. It came to like 170
for a week. That's the greatest price I've ever heard.
I know, it was amazing. Okay. So full size SUV for us, Steven. No doubt Miami fan talk show. So anyways, I went to go get the car, came back, we loaded it up. We left at like 6 o'clock that morning, 6:30. And we drove down to Vanceboro, North Carolina, near Greenville, North Carolina, which is out in the sticks. The country, Jason, the country, the good old country. And my daddy My daddy lives out there with his wife, my stepmom. Lovely folks. And we stayed out there for 2 days. We went to a bird farm. Let me tell you. It was a bird sanctuary, not a bird farm. Let me stop that. Bird sanctuary. I got some really cool video. Matter of fact, can I play that? Give me a sec. I'll play it for you because it's pretty good. Where's it at? I guess maybe I would have had all this stuff set up for this morning, but obviously somebody wasn't here this morning. I don't know who we could be talking about. Man, it's not in here. Anyways, I'll try to get it loaded, but it was really cool. So we did that, and then we went in 2 days, and we spent 2 days with my mom at Wilmington, North Carolina. That was a lot of fun. And my kids, got to see their grandparents, which was awesome. And then we went and spent 2 days in Norfolk, Virginia. And we went to go see 2 minor league baseball games for the Norfolk Tides, the AAA affiliate for the Baltimore Orioles. That was a lot of fun. We went to this museum called Nauticus, and we just hung out in the hotel for pretty much 2 days and did those little things because they were right there. So that was a lot of fun. And then we drove back up on Friday, and it was a drive that should have been 4 hours. 8 hours later, because of traffic through Richmond and everything. I finally got home, did the entire 8-hour drive by myself, was exhausted. I didn't know. Hey, for you truckers out there, it's exhausting driving. Is it not? It's exhausting. So I'm not used to driving 8 hours. So yeah, I did that all in one day. It was not fun. And so yeah, so this weekend I, had to be back, had to get stuff done, and Trucker Sean says yes. And pretty much did household work, meal prepped yesterday, and did taxes. Finally, I had been procrastinating. You've heard of that word before, Jason, procrastinating with taxes. And finally got it done at 5:30 this morning after, procrastinating with it. Because there's nothing like waiting till the last week of taxes to be able to do stuff. So, yeah, that's what happened. That's exactly what happened. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay. Meanwhile, I'm on social media this week, and all I see from you, Allie, and a whole bunch of other Dolphins fans is how you were having this once-in-a-lifetime experience on this Miami Dolphins cruise. So I'm sure you talked about it during the 45 minutes you hosted this morning on the original show. But I want to hear it again. So tell me about this once-in-a-lifetime cruise for those people who might not be here, who might not have been here. Why I plug in my computer.
Well, pardon everything. I am just emotionally and physically exhausted, including this little morning situation, but that's all good. But yeah, Steven, this was probably the best week of my life from a Dolphin fan standpoint. And that's really all I'm going to talk about. I'm sure I'm not here to review. I'm not going to go to Yelp. I'm not going to Yelp. I'm not a Yelper.
Well, I mean, look, I've had other people hit me up about it.
But listen, I'm here to clear the air because we're Dolphin fans. We're not travel aficionados who are here to talk travel entities.
So the Dolphins experience part was unmatched. You'll never get anything like that ever again.
Well, I hope to next year.
You're gonna do it again.
The year after that. I hope the year after that. I'm an easy sell, guys. I'm an easy customer.
You don't necessarily need the Mai Tais and the
Oh no, you needed some of those this week. Trust me on that. But
come on, give me a couple of stories. They're
coming. Guys, stay here. His kids are home from school but chilling, accounted for. My kids are accounted for. We owe you some time. We're talking. You got questions, I got answers. Let's roll.
I mean, I saw like you drinking with some 1972 Miami Dolphins and some, Sean Wooden and Richmond Webb. You were hanging out. I saw your picture with your kids and Dan Marino. That might be the coolest thing I've ever seen.
That was it. That was the value right there for me. It happened Sunday night.
That they were taking a picture for the cruise.
Here's how it's set up. It was an awesome, send-off party, leaving the port of Miami. It was that night after dinner. We all ate with the Dolphins. So initially, right off the bat, things were great. Right off the bat. Everyone had their early eating at 5:15 with Dolphins in the Aqua Blazers. Now, if you've ever seen a Dolphin in an Aqua Blazer, you know what I'm talking about. It's one of the coolest things in the world. And when you see a sea of Aqua Blazers, there is nothing like it. So after dinner, mingle, do your thing, and we go to this send-off party. And there were 35 Dolphins in rows, in Aqua Blazers, everyone just going nuts. And then there was people just gathering for a picture. And as I said it on the earlier version of the show, which you're going to delete and burn forever in existence, is my kids were right around like the kind of turn. A big group shot where it kind of like curves in, you know what I mean? They were right on like the edge, right? And OJ is the mayor. We're going to talk about OJ. We're going to go good 5
OJ McDuffie, the juice man.
We're going to go 5 minutes at least to say how amazing this individual is. And I'm not just talking about football. I'm talking about in the gift of life. This is the greatest human being on the face of the earth.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding. There's no hyperbole here.
He's such a good guy.
There's no hyperbole here. So my kids are on the edge, right? And it could have been any kids in the world. Yeah, he's my dude, right? He knows me. We're friends. Fine, cool. But like any kid in that situation, OJ wanted to put a couple kids right in front of Dan. And
in front of that guy who we all grew up. And the reason that we're probably here today, that gentleman.
It's the reason I'm here.
Okay.
And as I saw OJ, I'm cried out. I'm dehydrated, folks. You all have, so I almost let a tear when we thought you were kind of not answering some phone calls here, brother. But so sorry about that. But I'm literally dehydrated. This team.
You've had an emotional week.
I had a very emotional week. And OJ, the last night, we're just enjoying. He ordered some wings. I was about to go to dinner with my wife. I was just talking with him. And he's like, cruises are emotional, aren't they, Sarns? As he likes to call me. And I'm like, yeah, man, this is really one of the best emotional weeks of my life. And he was referencing, obviously, I had a couple moments, not going to lie. That Marino moment was basically amazing. My wife and I enjoyed it. It's funny because you're going to see some pictures come out, and that's where I got the picture, of course. The Dolphins are going to, put a lot of photos out of the experience. Their videographer was there. Great dude. Got an interesting a chance to chat with him. And it's funny because me and my wife were literally having a moment like, oh my God,
an out of body moment.
Right. And what now here's the thing though. Now, yeah, I told you what I told you, but all of a sudden, as I see OJ take my kids' hands and put them right in front of Dan, I saw OJ do this. I saw Dan do this to OJ, like a thumbs up. Then he glanced quickly my way and did that and took the picture. And I'm going to take that for what it was worth and leave it as it be. And then I almost broke. And I'm telling you, I usually would cry right now. Folks, I got nothing left. I'm out of tears. It was the greatest week of my life.
So that moment alone.
That's it. Financially, I did not get a chance to shake his hand, ask for a selfie. I don't need that. I got stuff like that. This is why material items to me, their moments to me are what matter. The stories that I'll have here are what matter. And I'm going to tell you guys stories, and I'm going to name some players in situations where it's deserving and proper, where the names are there. But I'm not going to tell you some names of some certain stories that I'm going to keep it right here forever.
Because it was a private thing. It was yeah. No, I get that. I get it.
Respect that I have for the players, all 35 of them, and there was 36, I believe, because there was an additional. But if we really want to touch that, but
I've had the chance because of Solo D. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, please do, because you know
to talk with, to interact with Dolphins, former Dolphins, and a couple of those experiences have been really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll never talk about some of them, but I will say, man, when you get those little one-on-one moments, it's dope, right? And I will tell you, to go back to OJ, the Juice Man, and Richmond Webb, who I've gotten, I'm pretty sure I can definitely say that I'm friends with both of them. Whether they say that about me or not, I don't know. But I have both their numbers. I talk with them. I text them.
No.
They
are your friends.
Yeah.
So completely legitimate.
So they are just some of the nicest people you ever met. And the only difference between me and them, well, there's a few differences. Number one, they are freaks of nature when it comes to athletic ability, and I am just a freak of nature, period. Okay. And they made a couple more zeros in their paycheck than I did during, their career compared to my career. And, they happen to play for the greatest football team ever. I've never played for the greatest football team ever. Anyways, those are just a couple of the differences between OJ, Richmond Webb, and myself. Yeah, man, it's really, really cool when you get those little experiences and you're just hanging out with them. And Sean Wooden too, right? Sean is another guy that's really, really cool. And I've just thankful and blessed that I've gotten to know them through the Miami sports music stuff and, the podcast network and just simple platforms. But the other cool thing, and I just want you to touch on this, is there were a lot of other Dolphins fans on this cruise. So you're having this experience. And that was honestly, that was the part I was jealous of. So there is a photo of you and your wife and Allie and Jared. And I'm not going to lie, I was jealous. I was so jealous that I was not there with you guys hanging out, because it just looked like you guys were chilling, having a good time. And that's what it's all about. I'll tell you,
I'm not dehydrated.
Do you want to know my best experience this past year? My best experience this past year was not at a football game, not at a tailgate, not going to an NFL football game and a Major League Baseball game in the same day, which was absolutely cool and phenomenal. My favorite experience this entire year was, I think it was the Cleveland Brown. No, it wasn't the Cleveland Browns weekend. It was maybe the Jets game. I don't know. It was whatever it was. We were in Boca Raton. I guess it was Boca Raton, and Allie and Jared and I were all hanging out. We had gotten a place on the beach together, and we had breakfast right on the water. The day I guess it was the day after the game or the day before the game, and it was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. That was my favorite game the entire weekend. Maybe it was the Vikings game weekend. Miami Fan Talk Show said. Yeah, man, I don't know, but it was absolutely awesome. That was the best part, because it was just hanging out with a fan, just hanging out with your friends, which are now closer to me than family. And that was my favorite part of this entire year, was just hanging out with Allie, her husband, Jared, and myself, sipping on mimosas on the water. It was the day of the World Cup. It was awesome. It was awesome. So that to me was my favorite part. And so I'm seeing all your pictures this week, Jason, as you've stepped away. And I'm seeing all of the interactions that you're getting with other fans. And to me, that was that was awesome. Just, the interaction with other fans. So did you get to meet some really cool fans you had never met, or people that you interacted with on social media that now you finally got a chance to meet with?
I lied. I wasn't dehydrated. So sorry, folks. But what hit the nerve there was not just Allie and Jared. They've become terrific friends. OJ mentioned it's an emotional cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Screw it. If I go off camera, y'all know why. Allie and Jared are from Pennsylvania. Allie is from 15 minutes where I moved here, where my wife is from.
Yep.
Allie's 2 kids are a couple of years younger than my 2 boys. They are terrific friends.
Mia and Jax.
I mean, these kids are adorable. And you know me, folks, I like to give my nicknames out there. And this is one of the funnest, coolest moments of the cruise for me. Didn't even have to have a Dolphin situation. I'm seeing my 2 boys interact with 2 new friends that are lifelong.
Yeah. Allie and Jared are absolutely amazing.
Lifelong. And me and Jared bonded, man.
Jared's a good guy. Jared's a great guy. Yeah.
And let me tell you something about a guy like Jared. Jared really, really glows in the success and the efforts of his significant other, Allie, who is a massively deserving fan of the year.
Yeah.
The winner of this contest, as far as I'm concerned. So to watch him in action, watching her in action, was a joy.
I'm sure it was.
But the children to me was great. So I see my son Jordan, little guy, hanging out with Mia, and then we're in like this little fun little aqua park in the boat, and then they're both doing like a fins up little thing, and I say, "You're mini freaky," and then she says, "No, I'm freaky." And
I'm freaky.
So you already have a nickname. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
And then I literally saw a mini her, and it just was like
she's a spitting image of Allie, personality wise, which is so fun.
And I'm looking for my son Brandon.
By the way, Allie will be on the show on Wednesday. She's going to be co-hosting Wednesday morning before we do Wildin' Out Wednesday. She's going to come on, tell me.
I love it.
Everything.
I love it. She's a terrific person. Deserves everything that she got with the fan of the year. And
she's one of my best friends.
I will say this. I'll throw another story back to the cruise. Pardon me. The last night, all the Dolphins were gathering for like a Bon Voyage party, right? And wearing their jerseys. And just coincidentally and appropriately so, and leave it to Allie and Jared, who were decked out night by night in coordination in their orange and aqua.
With something different every night, by the way.
Exactly. Different. I mean, we're talking like these dudes and dudettes know how to dress.
Dudettes. I like that.
The family is just adorable. They're the first family of the Miami Dolphins. There's no question about it.
Did you just name Allie and Jared the first family of the Miami Dolphins? I'm going to let her know
Look. I tweeted today that there's no lists. So I don't want to take that back. Look, this fan base goes worldwide. Germany, Montreal.
I've been seeing Mexico. People put on their top 10 Dolphins personalities on Twitter. By the way, I made nobody's list. I just want to throw that out there.
Screw the lists.
I'm not jealous at all, Jason. I'm not jealous at all. Go ahead.
All right. Witnessing those people, witnessing fans from all over, and I want to really create this family atmosphere, because that's what this is. And they were just representatives of all of us. I saw a great fan, Brandon Martinez from the deep end, and he's a terrific dude. Yep. He was with his girl Ashley. She's from Connecticut. I tweeted this morning that I love my Montreal Expos hat, my airport hat, Stephen D. I wear it all over the time.
I wear it at every airport.
Every airport, because I joke with my family. It's like, this baseball team is gone, but I used to love it. And there's everyone that I travel, and no matter what happens in Montreal.
Seriously, real talk, timeout. Were you a big Expos fan?
I was a secondary. I'm a baseball guy. I love baseball. I'm a history guy.
You were a Mets fan.
I am a Mets fan. But I always growing up in the 90s.
Let me tell you, that old Expos team, Vladimir Guerrero, Pedro Martinez.
Yes.
That was a squad, cuz.
it was a farm system up north for baseball within baseball. I mean, everyone came from there.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
No doubt.
Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez, Larry
By the way,
Johnson,
Tampa Bay Rays should definitely be there.
Andre Scalaraga. You know, things like this, you know, were part of my childhood because I didn't care about rivalries other than like the Jets when I really knew about it because that's where I was from. But like, I didn't care about liking other baseball teams or liking other football players or basketball players outside of New York. I wasn't your stereotypical New Yorker sports
Look
fan.
here, I'm from New York. You know,
you know, first time, long time.
Get out of my way. I'm going to get some coffee. I'm going to New York.
Right.
I'm going to get some lox and bagels.
Well, that I
I'm
am.
going to go get $1 pizza over there by Times Square.
You're killing the accent, but no, I'm just kidding. But listen, I enjoy sport. I enjoy all the off-field stuff. So just growing up in the 90s, I loved the Expos. I loved watching baseball tonight. I loved Chris Berman with the home run. Back. And I just loved the Expos logo. So I had a hat from a way back when, and I just always had it. Whatever. And,
I like how we totally gotten off topic talking about the Expos app, by the way.
Who cares? A lot of Canadians are Dolphin fans. So, you know, it's great to see a Montreal individual that we start talking Dolphins who made my life for just saying something to me, and I'm not going to repeat what it was, but they gave me a really good moment for me. And it was awesome. I introduced myself. They introduced it. You know, it was great. Whatever. But we just got to talking. You're from Montreal. I love the Expos. And then I said, 1 second.
Thank you, Miami Fan Talk Show.
And then, thank you. And then I said, I have a surprise for you all. So I ran upstairs and I got my Expos hat. And then I just walked back down like it was nothing. I'm like, hi, guys. And then all of a sudden they realized it and they were like blown away. Like Patrick and Mary from Montreal. And we became friends. And guess what? I can't wait to take another picture of them when we induct Zach Thomas into the Hall of Fame because they're going to Canton.
Are you going to Canton? By the way, I know that my New York accent sounded Bostonian. Thank you very much. Everything's wicked hard up at Harvard Yard over at Harvard Park. I'm going to go park the car by Harvard Yard and we're going to go get some coffee, okay? Some Dunkin' Donuts. You know how I like it. Hot and fresh. Okay, they got the hot and fresh sign. I'm going in and get some coffee, my guy. Stop being wicked stupid, okay?
That's good. I'm not going for that one. That's good.
Oh man. So it sounds like you had an amazing weekend and you wrote an article for Dolphins Wire for it, I think. Guys, go check that out. It was awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess that's enough about Dolphins Fan Cruise because we're going to get a lot of it coming up. So, by the way, you recommend people to do it?
Yeah. I mean, look, anytime you could spend a week
worth
with
the
your
money.
heroes. I mean, look, nothing, like I said in the article, like nothing in life is perfect. Yeah. Other than what we know is perfect.
Other than the 1972 Miami Dolphins, nothing is. I say that all the time. Look, children, there's only two things in life that are perfect: Jesus and the 1972 Miami Dolphins. And being as you're neither one of them, do not be mad when you make a mistake, children. I say that to my kids all the time. Are you a 1972 Miami Dolphin? Are you Jesus? No. Okay. Don't be upset if you make a mistake. Are you Nick Budaconti? Are you Manny Fernandez? Are you Jake Scott? Are you Bob Greasy? Are you Earl Morrill? No, your name is not any one of those. Larry Csonka? By the way, that must have been cool seeing him live.
Oh, I do.
Is his personality like, you know, is it godlike? I'm not, you know, I know that's bad to say, but I mean,
would you
freaking
like
Larry Csonka.
Would you like a story?
I want a Larry Csonka story.
Because there's one.
I want a really good Larry Csonka story.
This was the moment. I have three. If someone asks me, I'm going to give you guys. Wow, I can't name three. I forget lists. I hate lists. I love lists, but I hate lists. But like, I have too many moments. But I'll tell you before we stop talking about this. I'll wrap up with my top moments. You know, because guys, I do think I could literally write a book about this, and that's the life goal. So I just may. I don't know. This is some of these things are vaulted items, sure, and they're just going to stay in the vault. But I will tell you the top 5 things because every fan that went on this cruise has their top 5 because it happened for everybody. In one way, shape, or form, players met them. They met players. They got their moments. Everyone had theirs. Here are mine. Getting to meet Mark Clayton. Awesome. Awesome. Getting to have an overall friendship with numbers of fans and families for life. Awesome.
For life, as Solo D would say, for life. Okay.
Awesome. The coffee story. Behind, was this an early morning story? Did you hear this?
I was not here earlier this morning, so I did not hear this story, Jason.
And I will say this story, and then we're going to get 2 left because there are 2 moments, and those are my 5.
I want a Larry Csonka one, Jason.
I'm going to get there, but I'm keeping the people in, man.
Okay.
You know, we'll tease.
I care about Larry.
It's business podcasting. But it was Joe Rose. Joe Rose was getting some decaf, and I knew he didn't need no decaf. So I'm like, Mr. Rose, that's decaf. Thanked me, went to caffeine, had a little moment, had some fun talking. He went on his way. I went my way. Fun coffee story with Joe Rose. Great, great, great guy. Watching him work the mic.
I like how you noticed it, and you're like, hey, Joe, I know you don't want decaf, my guy.
In Joe's defense, he went to the orange handle. So
that's fair.
Exactly.
Right? You know, it's a Dolphins cruise. That's fair. I get it.
Extremely fair. So there's that. The second story, which may even be almost up there with Larry. And then I got the Csonka story coming for you. And this correlates to this year's Dolphins team, which is...
Real quick, by the way, was Mercury Morris on the cruise too?
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, my God. He freestyle rapped a song that he wrote for Don Shula in segments, Stephen D.
I'm not going to lie. That might be the coolest thing I've ever heard. All we
People
need
will
is
have video
Solo D with Mercury Morris. Solo D featuring Mercury Morris. Call the song will be titled "The Temperature's Rising."
Ooh,
the Mercury's rising.
Collaborate that.
Solo.
Wow.
It's got your next hit record, my guy. Sorry. Just had a moment.
No, because look, I mean, it's so silly because there's going to be like a 6th, a 7th, an 8th, a 9th, a 10th moment. Like on everyone's lists, there's too many moments. But for me, and one of the coolest things, part of the cruise was hearing players talk about their teammates, not themselves, the teammates. So you have Kim Bocamper. He talked about the killer bees, you know, and then he said, you know, you have to put in AJ Due in that. Although he's not a bee, he's still part of the defense. And then as a New Yorker, one of the most famous games in New York was the Mud Bowl of 1982, where the Dolphins beat the Jets in Miami. But, you know, we beat the Jets to go to the Super Bowl. AJ Due had 3 interceptions in that game, including pick 6, won 14-0. You know, my dad's friends were Jet fans. You know, New Yorkers don't like AJ Due. I love AJ Due. We all love us some AJ Due. So I had an opportunity to meet him. And,
by the way, just want to throw this out there. How cool, how crazy is that? That 2 teams that were in the AFC Championship game, what is it, 18 months later, less than 18 months later, got Dan Marino and Ken Dorsey in the draft that were in the AFC Championship game less than a year ago. Crazy.
Don Shula knew what he was doing. I mean, when you heard everybody talk about kind like, you know, how Don Shula structured it, and hearing Clayton talk about it and how he like kind of arose in his second year with Marino in his second year.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing stuff. And this is why you got to go. If you go on the cruise, because like you all have these experiences. I'm not selling this thing. I'm just telling you what I experienced, and I know people experience similar things. So just to finish up the Due story, you know, I introduced myself, and here's the moment. Here's the moment of the cruise for me. You know, here's the moment. I introduced myself as Jason Sarney, and then he immediately stopped me and he said, "I enjoy your work on Dolphin Wire."
Who said this?
AJ Due.
Your mind was blown.
Hell, I mean, I try to hold it back, and I put my hand on my heart.
Almost as good as getting caught, you know, tweeted out for the Van Ginkel news this year. Almost as good as that. Maybe even better on some level.
But then, and here's where it gets, I guess, a little whatever. He then showed interest and said, I
I
always
said
wanted
Ken Dorsey. I meant Ken O'Brien. My bad.
I knew who you meant. I knew who you meant. I didn't want to. I knew who you
You
meant.
can call me out when I'm wrong. Don't make me
I
look
don't wanna.
crazy, Jason.
I don't want to. That draft was incredible. Best draft of all time. LA.
You knew where I was going.
LA. I knew where you were going.
Ken
Best
Dorsey
draft of
does
all time.
suck.
And the Jets, of course, took
Except when he was traded.
O'Brien over Marino, which is the best thing in the world.
I
But
know.
anyway, so he said that to me, and then I expressed my sincere appreciation, told him I'm from New York, and then it was in the middle of him trying to ask me a question. He's like, what's your heritage? Your name was always interesting to me.
Sarni.
I'm Romanian Hungarian.
Sardines.
I'm Romanian Hungarian, Jewish, European roots. And AJ was just interested with that. My dad's grandfather came on over from Romania. We were Sarniferatskowitz or something. And on Ellis Island, they said, nah, you're Sarni. And
whoa.
Yeah.
True story. My mother, okay, her side of the family was named Kowitz. And when they came to Ellis Island, it sounded too Jewish, and they left the "it's" off, and it was just Co. You and I have very similar. They could have been on the boat together in Ellis Island, Jason. We were meant to be friends, Jason.
Maybe. And that's, to me, was something that I mean, you couldn't put that on a pamphlet to sell. Oh my God.
I've never heard anybody else have that story except for me. And I know it's happening. Nobody I've ever interacted with.
I told my dad. And it was great.
That's pretty cool.
And it was great.
All right, Larry Csonka. Larry Csonka
story. So that last night, I just thought that I had already won. It was the last night. I had a reservation with my wife for a little go-away dinner. I mentioned earlier that I was hanging out with Juice, just kind of reflecting, right? And we noticed that Larry was out there with a friend, enjoying the beautiful sky. And Juice said, you want to go meet Larry? And I'm like, you know what, OJ? I don't know.
Do dolphins swim in water? Yes, of course they do, Juice. I would love to go meet Larry.
I said, I don't know.
That's what I would be saying in my brain. Out loud, I'd be like, yeah, sure. You know, if you wouldn't mind.
But then as OJ usually does, come on.
I'll drag you by the ear.
Pretty much, I'm going out with Juice, and of course, and you can't make this up, Stephen D, because this is true. OJ was wearing a throwback Jim Kick jersey. Going up to Larry Csonka. True hand to God.
Yeah.
Larry's looking at the beautiful sunset over the Atlantic. Shimmering championship ring on his hand.
The perfect season championship ring?
You know it.
Oh, my God.
And then OJ introduces me and tells him about the time that we had that little fish tank face-off.
Yeah.
And I was standing. This was the moment. I lost.
I love your sound effects, by the way. Sorry.
He did this. He said you could sit down. Sit down. So I sat down.
It's like the Godfather just saying, have a seat. You can come sit at my table. Have a seat. Yes, sir, Mr. Godfather. What can I do? Would love to hear it.
The last story of the cruise. Because I'm going to just set this up the way it deserves. And then we're going to go on and talk about some other stuff this morning. And I'm going to do my best to get through it because this was the moment that is worth its weight in gold. He started asking just about me. Tell me, and I couldn't get through.
That's awesome, man. The fact that you're emotional about it is really cool, man, because It was like me the first time I met Dan Marino. Broke down.
I did.
After he left, Finn Sticky was sitting with me to the right. Somebody else was sitting me to the left. Dan Marino comes up. I'm having a panic attack. I'd never met the guy before. This is years ago, before like it was right at the beginning of Solo D really popping off. And I had a full-blown panic attack meeting Dan Marino, and then started just crying. Do you know who you are? And walked away. Now, I've met Dan Marino 2 other times since then, and was, how you doing, Dan? What's up, man? I don't know if he remembered my panic attack, but I remember it. So you saw Larry Csonka, and he was cool. I'm not going to let you don't got to go into detail, man. That's really cool, bro.
There were certain things that I'm going to keep with me, of course. And we had a terrific conversation. And then the question I asked him before I said, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I had about a minute about myself. And then I asked him, how do you like this? How do you like our team this year? And he really went into an outstanding nonverbal comparison. He didn't, say it directly, but he said that he really likes what's going on with our coach now.
Yep.
And how it really is a very similar thing to what his teammates had with their coach. It's a 2-word phrase that I will never forget that Larry Csonka told me about Mike McDaniel and our players right now. Mutual respect.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go on to say that this team that we have.
So what you're saying is the godfather of the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
You're the man you sit down and you come to me on the day of my Dolphins cruise and you sit with me and you enjoy my company. And we have a moment together, said this guy, Mickey D. McDaniel. This guy's got the goods. Is that what you're saying? He said, Are you saying that Larry Csonka said that this is the squad? Cuz
I'm saying that a lot of the things, like my tweets, you interpret a lot of things how you will. I put it out there in a way that I like to put in the truth and the objectivity, and sometimes people interpret, misinterpret, what have you. He used the phrase mutual respect. So I invite you all to.
So what you're saying, if I ever get a chance to meet Larry Csonka, do it.
If you ever get a chance to meet any of your heroes, do it.
I like that. It's so funny because I've heard people that have had not so great stories with meeting certain Dolphins individuals in the past. And I tell them all the time, I was like, look, they're entitled to have bad days just like anybody. You never know what they're going through in that particular day. It sucks because that's your one moment that you've been waiting for. But to them, it's just a million other moments that they've interacted with people. And, some people, look, I'll tell you, I don't know if I should tell you this. I'll tell you the story because I don't care. So that same, the very first time I ever went to, my first ever real Dolphins game, believe it or not, besides Baltimore and before I went to Miami, I guess this might've been it was my honeymoon. So this was 11 years ago. We decided to just get in the car and go to the East Coast. And one of the things we did is we went to Charlotte. Yes, we went to Charlotte for some of my honeymoon. And the Dolphins were playing a preseason game against the Carolina Panthers. And my wife got me tickets right behind the bench of the Carolina Panthers, got my name up on the Jumbotron. It was dope. And we stayed at the same team hotel as the Dolphins. And part of the preseason team was Bob Greasy, right? He used to do I don't know if he still does the TV. He still might do the TV. Actually, I guess Jason Taylor does the TV stuff now, but Bob Greasy used to do it. Remember that? So Bob Greasy comes in after a night of being out, and I think he had a couple of adult beverages. And throughout this whole 2-day experience, I am a typical fan. This is like I was a typical fan. I had a helmet. I was in the lobby. I was getting autographs. Okay. Met Paul Soliai. Freaking awesome guy. Okay, Paul Soliai was awesome. But he's still to this day one of my favorite Dolphins of all time. And I'm in there. There's about 8 of us, including Chris Barker. Okay. And
he's one of the original. He is the probably biggest supporting Dolphin fan on the planet.
Yeah, I mean the guy's been to every game. So
Barker's the best. And his mother, Carol.
Yeah,
those two
Mother
are
Carol's great. So we're down there in the lobby, and there's like 8 of us at this point. It's getting late, right? It's probably 9 p.m., 10 p.m. And Bob Greasy comes walking to the door. He definitely had a couple of adult beverages, and we're like, can we get your autograph? And he kind of said a couple things, muttered some things under his breath, but he said, all right, get in a line. There's like 9 of us, 7 of us, maybe. We all stand in line. He's like, hold out your stuff. And he takes a pen, and he didn't move. He said, sign. And he goes, next, signs, next, signs, next, signs. And I was the last one. I was next to the last one, and he signs. And it wasn't a great experience at first, right? It was just like, man, to be perfectly honest, I had walked away in that moment thinking I would just rip this up in front of it. Like it was a horrible interaction, right? Now, years later, I told that same story to other former Miami Dolphins, and they laughed. They thought the story was hilarious because they're like, that was your interaction? That doesn't sound horrible at all. Okay, about Bob. And I've heard some really great stories about Bob Greasy too. But it was told to me through another former Miami Dolphin. And he goes, look, Steven, he's like, some guys, you got to remember, that was your moment of just trying to meet him. And you had that moment. For him, it was a millionth moment that he had. And he thought by just signing, he was doing the right thing and not saying no. And he's a human being just like anybody else. So I've had to put that into. So when you said you should always meet your heroes, I've had people tell me you should never meet your heroes because you put them up on this pedestal. And it was kind of funny because I somewhat had the similar experience to Dan Marino when I met him in the New York hotel bar, and I had my panic attack because he had just finished drinking a couple of bottles of wine with Nat Moore, who I also believe was on the cruise. And let me tell you, those guys love their wine. Okay. And yeah, man, it's pretty cool. It was, look, to this day, I think about it totally different than I did in that moment because I've actually had conversations with other Dolphins, former Miami Dolphins, and they're like, okay, that's the interaction that you're going to, sometimes that's the interaction that you get. So, but I've met some really cool people, right? I've had the opportunity to, interact with some people like Preston Williams did a thing with Sinbad, and Solo D and I we were part of that event. That was cool, man. Preston was such a great guy, Steven says, does that mean we should never meet you? No, you should always meet me, man. I want to meet you. But just understand that I'm not a professional athlete. I've never made millions of dollars. And, I'm just telling you at the end of the day, everybody's human and, you never know what somebody's going through. But just know that was my interaction, which I'm sure you're the same way, Jason. You probably agree with that, right?
I agree wholeheartedly.
All right. Enough about the Dolphins fan cruise. I wasn't planning on talking about that for an hour, but some other stuff happened over the weekend. Okay. I obviously put this in here because just a lot of things happen. Let's just briefly talk about it. Are you a golf guy? Did you watch any golf this weekend?
I mean, I couldn't get as much of it that I would have liked. So the overall answer is not really. I'm updated what happened, but looked pretty fun. Looked like a great event. It's one of the best events they put out there in sports.
So I'm not a huge golf guy, but I for some reason love the Masters. Just love it. Like I could care less about golf for the most part, but I will sit and watch the Masters like it's going out of style. Like love. So I'm a big person when it comes to technology. I love sports apps. I like the Major League Baseball app. I think it's really, really good. The NFL app could be so much better than what they have it out to be. I'll trash it a little bit. Like, do better, NFL. Your app needs better. Okay. But the Masters has an app that is literally used for 4 days of the year. It is the greatest sports app of all time. Okay. You can track the players that you want. You can see live coverage on it. It's awesome. And it's free.
Really funny. You know why it's funny? I hate to interrupt you. You don't even know what that. All right. What I do for a living, I'm a content writer.
Mm-hmm.
IBM Sports does the app.
Mm-hmm. For the Masters.
Right. I work for a company that's a marketing sports think tank consortium, and I write some of the content for that app. So
for the Masters?
Yeah.
Dude, that is the greatest sports app ever made. Don't care what anybody says.
There's hundreds of people behind it.
I'm not a golf guy. I am not a golf guy. I promise you on everything, it's the greatest sports app ever made. Because
there's hundreds of people that should hear that, because what the work done the last 3 months on that, you really should sing those flowers, because there's amazing people behind that on a number of different entities.
Let me tell you, I'm not a huge fan of how you got to watch ESPN you had to watch ESPN Plus on Thursday, then ESPN on Friday, then CBS on Saturday, and then it rained. And so we watched all of 30 minutes of golf total on the CBS coverage. And then it bothered me some of how they go about their coverage. But the app itself, you can literally watch every single hit from every single golfer. You can make your players list, and you can see every single swing by those people. So the whole weekend, I'm watching this Sam Bennett amateur kid, this guy, young man, who is an amateur. He's not a professional. Made the tournament and is having the game of his life so far, his young life. And it's really cool because you got the PGA Tour, you got this Live Golf, you got players like Mickelson, who, by the way, shot a 65 on Sunday. And with the exception of Jim Nantz calling it out, there was no other coverage of it. And it was very disappointing. Mickelson's a Live guy. I get it. I understand it. But understand, Phil Mickelson played arguably one of the greatest rounds of golf ever on Sunday. And if it wasn't for him, if he had won the Masters, Mickelson, it would go down as the greatest round in Masters history. He shot a 65. Now, I know there's been 62s and 63 shot there. The man was one stroke behind, was one stroke behind to start the day and finished -8 and tied for second. Or actually, he might have been a second by him. I don't know. Did he tie for seconds with Koepka, who, by the way, blew it? The man had a 3-stroke lead going into the final day and just played one of the worst rounds. I think he ended the day with 5 over par. And Koepka just crapped the bed. But it was fun. It was so much fun watching the entire thing. And again, the app, if sports, NHL, NBA, NFL want to design a sports app, go look at the Masters app. Go see how they do it. It's a shame that you only get to use that app for 4 days out of the year, because it's amazing. And
well, now that I have the platform, IBM Sports would love to hear that, because their whole thing was it's follow the data. The theme and our direction was follow the data. And every swing that a golfer creates, IBM's artificial intelligence creates 30 data points of information for projection. So one of the things that I had to do, and this team had to do, which I'm really very just honored and proud to be a part of, is, 4 rounds of golf, 18 holes, different pin placements. There's actual real analytics and data points and projections that go into what these people do to make that app as good as it is. So it's
the whole weekend I couldn't watch Sam Bennett because he wasn't getting any real coverage on Saturday and Sunday, and he should have, by the way. but I was able to watch every swing on the app for Sam Bennett, and it was awesome.
Exactly right. And going into that app and just getting into the analytics and how things happen and what goes into it, it really is a testament to the power of the folks over at IBM. I'm sorry, I just do it, but like,
no, man,
it's the fantasy football.
You tell them that we want them to be a sponsor of this show. We will do more golf coverage with Noob. I'll bring in Noob, who's a big golf guy. Although he said it was a great round considering in his age, it wasn't an all-time great round. Mickelson round really overhyped. Disagree with that. It was 65. I agree. His age, like I'm sure that played a part in it. But
Mickelson's my dad's favorite golfer. He's a lefty too. So it's like.
Had Koepka not crapped the bed down the final stretch, it would have been at least interesting. Once Ram got up 2 strokes, it was over. Dude, Ram just I feel great for that guy. Not a nicer guy could have won that tournament. Now, one last thing I want to say about the Masters. Okay. Liv had 2 players in the top 3 at the Masters, but that is good for Liv. No doubt. For all the crap that they got that they were just taking out names, to have 2 players in the top 3 to finish the Masters, you're right, 100%. But all right, real quick. We go to sporting events all the time, you and I, Jason. Okay. What is some of the biggest problems? I mean, look, we're regular people. We don't make a lot of money. And the money we do make, we have to worry about how
I know where you're going.
Right?
I know where you're going with this.
CBS was either CBS or ESPN. I think it was CBS. It was one of the golf guys. Did a really cool I think it might have been ESPN's coverage. It was ESPN's because Scott Van Pelt was going back and forth with the guy. So it was ESPN's coverage on Friday. Oh, it was on Thursday. So I'm watching Thursday's coverage. And I'm in the hotel room and I'm watching it. And this guy comes up and he's got $20. And he's like, what can I buy at the Masters with $20 as far as food and drinks? This man with $20 had 5 sandwiches, like 4 snacks, a beer, not a small one, a big one, and the fried ice cream sandwich.
A lot of pimento cheese sandwiches for nothing.
$1.50 for some of these sandwiches. $2.50 for some of these sandwiches. Now, let's get something straight. It's very expensive to go see a game there. I think the ticket this weekend was like, what, $250, $300? But when you get there, you're not spending any money, right? Like, it's so cheap on the course there for food and drinks. Another really cool thing that I thought was interesting, and I want to get your opinion about the price of the food and snacks. But another thing that I thought was really cool is during LeBron's moment when he broke the all-time scoring record this year, there's a photo that was taken by a photographer. And in the background, you see everybody like this with their cameras.
Oh.
Right? And everybody in the stands, when LeBron does, breaks the record, they're holding their phone. You cannot have your cell phones at the Masters in Augusta. They have pay phones on the golf course. So I'm very interested to know what you think about A, the food and how cheap it was, and then B, this rule about not having cell phones there on the golf course and what that kind of makes for the experience and everything.
That's great questions. Number one, kudos, bravo on the concession prices. I'm also someone who used to work in baseball, customer service, ticketing for the New York Mets, and $20. I know what that gets you.
Nosebleed.
I know what that gets you. So
nothing.
I mean,
you could buy $20 to go see the Orioles, but that's about it. And maybe the Oakland A's, who, by the way, side note, real quick, there were 11. I think there was a game this week in Oakland. And there was one night they had a selling crowd of 3,600 people in, I think, 11 AAA games doubled that amount of people at their AAA games. Don't know what's going on in Oakland, but you're going to lose the Athletics very quickly if that keeps occurring. Side note, sorry, go ahead. Go back to the
baseball is a tricky sport, with as many home games as they have. I mean, I used to just kind of like gut wrenched when I'd I was a rep for the Mets. So ticketing, speaking to your people in Staten Island, crossing a bridge, family of 4 on a Tuesday.
We crossed like 4 bridges from
mean,
East Rutherford to get to the Mets and Queens. It was
a lot of people are coming from all over the place, and once you get to the park, you're spending hundreds of dollars of seats, and then you want to go get your 2 kids.
I got a Permini Brothers sandwich at the Mets playoff game this year.
Well, you made the right choice.
It was like $16.
Well, right. That's the thing. It's like it prices stink, and it's across the board. So the organizations and the events that keep those prices where they're at in the Masters situation is phenomenal. So I applaud any of those discounted and cheap prices.
Noob says not true. The concession costs are insignificant because the money is made in the merch tent. By the way, they said it was a 3-hour wait to go into the merch tent at Augusta. 3-hour wait, 2.5. It was 2.5. 2.5.
I can't speak to the business end other than of the Masters. I don't know anything about the Masters ticketing policies or what have you. But yeah. But
all right. So real quick, what about the cell phone thing?
Oh yeah, great question. You know
because
what?
You're Jason. I love you, but you're old enough to remember no cell phones at sporting events.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something, and I'm sorry to do it, but I believe it's pertinent right now, and it goes back to the cruise, and I am sorry, but it is something that it's a message. It's almost like a message. The first to answer your question, give me, and I'm sorry to create a debate, which I know this is going to be, give me the Michael Jordan picture with nobody on the phone and enjoying their moment watching that, as opposed to LeBron doing his moment and seeing a picture, everyone other than
of 45,000 people with watching the moment through their screen.
They are both awesome in their each definition of what they are.
Yes.
They're generational images. All right. But to segue now back to the cruise, there was not a moment like a LeBron breaking a scoring record or a Michael Jordan winning a championship. Of course not. But what there was friends and players and teammates and their families spending time together again. Reunion. So the cruise was a fan cruise. However, secondarily, it was a reunion for a lot of these players. And there was a moment where I'm not naming names, but there were players who were playing cards. No gambling. Spades. I love playing spades. Everyone.
I saw OJ playing spades with some of the guys. I was like, what? Let's go.
If you ever want to see friendly, non-monetary card competition
and trash talk at its finest, I would bet.
You watch these players and their significant others play cards. Now, here's the thing, including myself. A lot of folks thought it was a nice opportunity to break out the cameras and let's get this stuff on film, which earlier in the week, this was Tuesday night. So the night prior, I had caught a couple of things on camera, and I, of course, respectfully, like I do, I just make sure I could post that before I do. If it caught, like OJ told the story on how his favorite touchdowns were against the Saints when Marino broke the 400 touchdown record. A gentleman asked that question. I recorded. I'm like, Juice, tweet. He's like, yeah. So great. So a lot of people were on their phones just taking this, and then a player's spouse respectfully just did this to all of us. And then I immediately put my phone down. Not everyone did. And then I walked on over and I said, I apologize. I didn't mean to catch a moment. She's like, oh, it's okay. I know your deal. Don't worry about it. I'm like, I won't be recording these things anymore. And then she says, here's something I want y'all fans to do. Sometimes Enjoy your moment watching their moment. And that's what I'm going to say about the cell phones.
You know, the good thing, and one last thing I'll say about that is the Dan Marino story that I have, right? Me freaking out. That wasn't on camera, but I can tell that story, right? And part of that is, you know, the some of the great Cal Ripken Jr.'s last games, which were my first Major League Baseball games. There's no cell phones there. And I have a million stories from that weekend. I have a million. My very first Major League Baseball game and my very first NFL football game were on the same weekend. And the only reason that it happened, unfortunately, was because of 9/11. And they moved that game with the Red Sox and the Orioles to the last game of the year so that Cal Ripken could finish his game at home. Because his last game originally was supposed to be at Yankee Stadium against the Yankees. But they moved that series against the Red Sox to the end of the year so that he could finish off his career as an Oriole. And there's so many cool things about that weekend. Tim Raines, remember Tim Raines from the Expos? His son was playing for the Boston Red Sox. Major League Baseball allowed an exception for the Montreal Expos to release him so that he could play and sign with the Red Sox for 5 days, so that he could play 5 Major League Baseball games with his son.
That's pretty cool.
That's really cool, right? David Combs' last game as a Major League Baseball pitcher. Boston Red Sox, that game was Cal Ripken Jr.'s next. Well, I think it might have been his last game. Same game or next to last game, something like that, right? So, yeah, I mean, all these things were really, really cool. And so I agree that the video has its moments, and you get to see some really cool stuff that normally people wouldn't get to see. For example, this is a good segue. UFC was in Miami this weekend. Okay. I don't know how big of a UFC guy you are, but I'm a huge one. And it was the Masvidal fight, and just
was that the one where he jumped on the guy's head and like, who's that?
What you talking about from this weekend or just in general?
I don't know. I'm not a UFC guy. But go on.
So this weekend UFC was in Miami. Everything that I've heard, it was a very successful weekend. They had the biggest gate there, I think, over $11.9 million at the gate, and it broke the all-time UFC record for a gate, which is so cool. For ticket sales and stuff, and it beat out Madison Square Garden's UFC event a few years back with the same fight, the same fighters. So Miami put on a great show for UFC. Dana White put on a great show for the UFC. But there's a moment there this weekend that might, because there was a lot of current Miami Dolphins coaches, players, GMs. Chris Greer was there, Mike McDaniel was there, and there's this interaction of a moment between Mike McDaniel and Aaron Donald. Okay. Did you see this? And that is a moment that's cool that a camera phone was able to pick that up that moment, right?
In that case, yes. But go on.
I mean, that's the point I'm trying to make, where that moment we never would have gotten to see if it wasn't for cameras being everywhere.
Fair there. Exactly. I loved it.
But it was really, really cool, man. That UFC 287 was just a great event, was absolutely awesome. Millions of cool people there. Loved the event. Would love to see more UFC fights in South Florida. I think there will be after this event. But Mike McDaniel, by the way, is he not the coolest coach he might be the coolest coach in the NFL.
I mean,
and I'm not exaggerating. People seem to love him.
If we're rating coolness, he's top of the heap. I mean, there's no question about it. I mean, a lot of coaches are freaking cool. Like, a lot of NFL coaches have swag. I mean, a lot.
I don't know if they got Mike McDaniel swag, boy.
Not have McD swag.
I don't know if they got the swag that our head coach has.
Like, one of my favorite movies is Rounders.
His drip and his swag on a scale of 1 to 10 is it's not rated. It's 20. Too high to be counting. Okay.
I like calling him Mike McD because my favorite movie is Rounders, and Mike, that was Matt Damon's character is, so they call that was, I don't know. I just love it. I just think he's the coolest dude in a room. He's cool, calm, and collected. The sneaker game is the best. Obviously, the mutual respect that I referenced.
He has for hip hop culture too, because he knows lyrics and just I love McDaniel. And when you look at him, you would never think that.
He's right in my age gap too. He's right in we would have been in high school together. Like he's right in my age gap. So it's great.
I enjoyed I talked about this 2 weeks ago. He did the interview with Mike Silver, Open Mic, the podcast, and that got a lot of play. But there was something that was really cool in that podcast. There's a I cannot think of his name. It's a stand-up comedian who was on the show with Damian Lewis and Paul Giamatti. I cannot think of the guy's name.
That's the Billion Show, but I don't know the name.
Yes.
I don't know the name of the guy.
You know who I'm talking about, though, the kid, one of the young guys that works for Damian Lewis's firm. He's a stand-up comedian. He has his own podcast. I cannot think of his name for the life of me. Anyways, he referenced this guy in the interview that they're like, we grew up together. There's a really cool moment in that podcast that he talks about going to middle school with them and high school with them and how they were on the low bottom cool level. But, now that, it's cool because the one guy's got one of the biggest podcasts in the world and is a great stand-up comedian. Love his podcast, by the way. I listen to it all the time. Why can't I think of his name? I'm having a brain fart. And then Mike McDaniel is obviously the coolest coach in the NFL. And it's kind of cool how you've seen like that story that they talk about compared to where both those guys are at now. It's pretty cool, man. It's pretty dope.
Fully agree.
Pretty dope. All right. A couple of other things that happened this weekend. NASCAR, I'll just briefly talk about it. You don't have to mention anything. Was at Bristol this weekend on the dirt. So cool to watch. I grew up in the South. I grew up going to dirt tracks on Friday nights. Really, really cool to see NASCAR adopt this at Bristol, one of the legendary motor speedways in Tennessee. And
how do you feel when you go into a place like that, Steven?
Like what do you mean?
Like, have you ever gone into like one of those places? Like, do you like feel that kind of like
NASCAR itself or a dirt track itself?
Both, I guess, because I guess there's different levels and different,
I mean, look, I've had the fortunate opportunity 2 years ago with Tail Greeter to have Miami Sports Music's logo on a NASCAR at Kansas Motor Speedway. I guess it would have been 2 years ago now. And that experience was one of the coolest things ever. I flew out there, was picked up at the airport with Tail Greeter. We stayed. Kansas Motor Speedway is huge, and the infield at that particular NASCAR event has RVs, like luxury RVs and infield stuff. I got to stay in the luxury infield, in one of the luxury RVs that Tail Greeter had. And, I had all access passes Saturday and Sunday to get into the pits, to be up and close at the garage, to talk with the driver. That whole thing was one of the coolest experiences that I ever had in my life. And I think not a lot of people get that NASCAR experience, right? That Sunday, our logo being on a car. We were 2 cars down from Bubba Wallace's car. I'm a huge Bubba Wallace fan. And then, there were other people that were in there too. Kyle Busch was right behind us. And it was just cool kind of just being there and seeing everything and seeing all these major racers. And, growing up in North Carolina, I was a big Dale Earnhardt fan, man. I love me some Dale Earnhardt. And it was pretty cool. But as far as the experience is concerned, at a Bristol track, there's a difference between going to a NASCAR event and going to a Friday night dirt track in your local area. And Friday night dirt tracks are really, really cool. I think that's what racing kind of grew up on in the South, before, and there's just a different feel to it. It's this local feel that you get to it, right? And you get to know, and you know the drivers locally, and you're there to enjoy and have a good time and see some good racing, see some wrecks, see some, and that's what we got on last night, on Sunday night in Bristol in NASCAR. There were people spinning. They didn't throw out the caution flag, and they were still letting them go because they didn't hit anything. And so it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And I hope NASCAR does it more. But what I will say, and what was sad, and I have to admit to it, is it didn't look like the fans had showed up for that event. My wife said it was a direct result of it being on Easter. But they've raced on Easter in the past. And so it was a lot less fans than I wanted to be there. And because that place should have been packed. And I've seen Bristol packed in the past. And so I would like to see more fans show up there because that event was really cool. But it was a great event. It was definitely one of the best events in the last couple of years. And Bubba finished 12th to all you haters out there. Loved it. Shout out to Bubba. It was great. But yeah, so that happened this weekend. Now that's enough about NASCAR. We'll talk real quick about the NBA playoff weekend. Last game of the regular season Sunday. It was pretty cool. I'm a LeBron fan, as you guys know, so I watched the 3:30 games. There was a lot in the West that was on the line, and so it had, you know how last Sunday for the playoffs for football, you're watching 4 games at once because as Dolphin fans, in the past, it's never been on us for our own. We need somebody to lose. We need somebody to win. And so that's how it was on Sunday. But was another cool thing as far as Miami Heat are concerned is Udonis Haslam, 20 years playing for the Miami Heat. His last regular season game on Sunday, got to play a handful of minutes. I think scored 24 points. Had a ceremony at the end of the game. Dwayne Wade was there. It was pretty cool, man. That moment was really cool. Cat for Life. Yes, it is true that Malcolm in the Middle is a NASCAR driver. He races in the ARCA series. Frankie Muniz races in the ARCA series. And he's legit. He's a really good driver. So if he does good in the ARCA, if he wins a race or two this year in ARCA, and even if he just wins one race this year, he's going to get a chance to move up because he's marketable. And in NASCAR, you just need to be marketable in order to move up. You don't have to be that great of a driver. So good, bad, or indifferent. That's the truth. So, but yes, Frankie Muniz, I think he is a good driver. But it was cool. But nonetheless, back to the Miami Heat. Udonis Haslam, you're a big basketball guy. Udonis Haslam been in Miami 20 years, right? I mean, is he an all-time Miami great for sports?
I think you should say yes because, I mean, look, not a stats stuffer, but you're on a team 20 years. You're within a community 20 years. I'm sure there's so many things. I mean, he went to school in Florida, too. Like, he's a Florida Gator. This man's a decorated champion, been through different regimes, consummate professional. You could tell by how his teammates love him. Yep. I think from this moment on, the man will never have to spend another dollar on a drink in town.
He shouldn't have to. There's some really cool stories. They were showing some really cool interviews of him over the weekend. He was talking a lot about LeBron being there and seeing what he did in practice. It was really cool, man. It was really cool. I enjoyed his tenure. It's crazy to think that man's been playing 20 years in the NBA. 20 years. And he's done everything from start, be an all-star, to being riding the bench, playing 2 minutes a game, and being pretty much a coach there. He's done everything for that team. And I love how the organization has been so loyal to him because you don't see that anymore from teams to players. It's a business, right? And it's what can you do? But they have always seen more of an asset of even if he plays 2 minutes a game and sits on the bench, his leadership in the locker room is invaluable, and you can't get that anywhere else. and he helps these young guys. And I love to see that the Miami Heat organization has been so loyal to him for so long. And again, you don't see that in the NBA anymore. You know, you don't see that in sports anymore.
No, you don't see a lot of loyalty in sports. In a lot of cases, players are doing what they need to do, going for the dollars, doing the super teams in basketball. But I mean, Udonis is from Miami, stayed in Florida, the Gators. He's exactly my age too, which is really cool.
He's old.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jason.
Yeah, but he's still on a court, and I'm sitting on a chair with a back problem. And you know what I mean? Like, Udonis Haslam is to be able to still play at that age is remarkable. Yeah. I don't care if it's 1 minute a game. Dude hit a 3. I mean, it's remarkable what he could do at that age. So he's a legend. He's a legend. You don't always have to stuff stats to be a legend or to be respected as such. So Udonis Haslam is a terrific individual who really deserves his send-off.
Love it, man. So shout out to them. By the way, the Miami Heat made the 7 seeds. They're in the play-in tournament. I don't know how you feel about the play-in tournament. For those of you who don't know about the play-in tournament, I actually think it is cool. Some of y'all might not agree. I think it makes it so basically, here's the thing. Top 8 teams get into the playoff in years past. Okay. And what that means is come the last day of the regular season, most times things are set in place, and it makes for the last day of the regular season. And it usually makes it for the first round, especially with that 8 versus 1, 7 versus 2, you usually get a lot of chalk. You don't normally get some upsets, but it makes it for a very interesting thing, and it allows for more teams, fans to be into it towards the end of the year. So what it is seeds 7 through 10 get to play in what is called the play-in tournament. 7 and 8 seed play a game on Tuesday night. So the Lakers will be playing, I believe, the Timberwolves, who, by the way, that blew up. There was punches on the sidelines from their own players in that Minnesota game this weekend. Talk about a team imploding. I don't see Minnesota beating the Lakers at all for no other reason than they're imploding in their own locker room. But anyways, and then the Heat play, I think it's the Bulls, 7 versus 8 on Tuesday night too. So I'll be watching those games.
He's got the
Hawks.
they're going to
So I believe both teams are at home.
Right.
Lakers are at home, Heat are at home. Tuesday night. So it'll be fun. So 7 versus 8 play. Whoever wins that game gets the 7th seed. The loser of that game has to face the winner of the following night's game, which is not 9 versus 10. And 9 versus 10, the winner of that game has to play the loser of the 7 and 8. And the 7 and 8 loser faces the 9 and 10 winner. So if you're the 7 or 8 seed, you can lose one game, still get to play another game, and eventually get into the playoffs. I like it. Here's the reasons why I like it and how they could make it even a little bit better. I like it because it makes for a 2 or 3 day really cool play-in event to see who gets in. Not that NBA season isn't long already. I get it. But I do enjoy it. I think it's cool. Now, what I would like to see for them to make it better is, here's the thing. In every level of basketball, the exception of the NBA, there are tournaments. You have Christmas tournaments. You have AAU tournaments. There's always some sort of in-season tournament before the postseason. Every time. In every league all across the world, there are tournaments in season. I love the play-in tournament for college basketball. I'll do you one better. I think there's 2 ways they can improve it. Number one thing I'd like to see them consider is 7 versus 10 at the All-Star break play into a tournament where the winner of that tournament, no matter what place they finish, gets to face the winner of the 9-8 game. So there's one more added game. And if they happen to be in the 7 through 10, then you don't have to play that game. but it allows for a mid-season tournament to be played right before the All-Star break or right after the All-Star break. I wouldn't mind seeing that, a 2-day tournament or a 3-day tournament. The second thing, and I'm not as sold on the first one as I am on this idea, the play-in tournament should be played at a neutral location or a predetermined location every year instead of the 7 seed getting the home team or the 9 seed getting the home game. Go play it at Madison. Go play that 3-game tournament at Madison Square Garden. It's not like the Knicks are in it at all. Okay, every year, jab, 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 or play it at a location that doesn't have the NBA. Imagine Baltimore getting a play-in tournament, right? Imagine, I'm trying to think of other cities that don't have NBA teams. Seattle. What if Seattle got to have the play-in tournament there? That'd be a great measuring stick to see.
Pittsburgh would be a good location.
Pittsburgh's another great location. I would love to see the play-in tournament played at I'm not saying neutral locations, because if it happens that team's city, and it doesn't always have to be a city that doesn't have a team. I just want them to consider cities that don't have teams to be a host for these play-in tournaments. Because I'd love to see Madison Square Garden. Who wouldn't like to see a 3-day tournament at Madison Square Garden? That'd be dope.
Basketball capital of the world.
It would be great. Play a 3-game in tournament in Orlando at Disney World. Awesome. And who's not going to the play-in tournament on a 3-day event to go down to Orlando and then partner up with Disney? There's so many people that would go. Right? New Orleans. You get 3 days in New Orleans and you get to hang out in New Orleans and go to see, and they get to host 3 NBA games. Come on, you would go, right? You would go, Jason.
I mean, sold like that, sure, I'll check it out.
And by the way, it wouldn't be 3 games, it'd be 6 games. And you sell it like you do the NCAA tournament. So you buy 1 ticket, you get to go 2 games for the price of 1 for those first 2 days. And then the last day, which is the winner of 9 and 10 versus the loser of 7 and 8 in that last game and that last day. I'm telling you, NBA has something on their hands that if you're going to do it right and do it the best way you can and get it to other people. So I would love to see it more. Do you like that idea?
No, it's marketing. It's money.
It's
money. I mean, the playoffs are a full 2 months, essentially.
Do you think NBA is already too long as is? Do you think 8 teams should be in the playoffs?
And look, I hate this crap with load management. I mean, I'm a kid who
I hate load management too.
And I'm a man who used to. I'm a 42-year-old guy, as you pointed out, who loved.
I'm 40. I'm sorry. I had my
80s and 90s players. They didn't care about load management. They weren't taking private jets. They were taking dilapidated.
They called it in the 80s and 90s. Michael Jordan was on record in the 90s, as well as Charles Barkley, that said in interviews in the 90s, one day the NBA is going to get to a point where they're going to, why if you're paying all these guys all this money, why are you playing them 81 games when the season's too long anyway? They called it in the 90s. They didn't do it in the 90s, but man, they saw it coming from a mile away.
Of course. And I think obviously different eras, different taxing on body, I mean, these players are faster. I mean, there's a lot more, I don't know. So, it's a different time, I guess, to compare to the 80s or 90s or 70s or even way back when. But I do think there's too many games. I don't love this new playoff.
Go past don't go before the 80s, because then they were doing coke in the locker rooms.
The 70s was a time in this life, in this world, that was crazy anyway. So,
especially for the NBA.
The NBA, the NBA has had its ups and downs, but David Stern was a phenomenal commissioner. Now, Adam Silver has not done as nearly well of a job, in my opinion. They got to fix some stuff.
All right. Last thing I want to talk about before we get into a couple of conversations about Dolphins football is I thought this was really cool, and I wanted to throw this out there. The NFL is having a camp in Africa. And Emmanuel Agba is going to be a part of it. as well as a couple of other African players that are currently in the NFL. Number one, I know that they've done this in Europe. They've done this in Germany. They've done this in Italy. I think they've done it even in Japan too, or China or Japan, one of the two. And I know that the NFL is pretty big on bringing its game to a global level. What are your thoughts about the NFL going global and trying to market their game on a global level? And how do you think it's going? And what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, as Phins Tailgate says, yes, Brazil, that's correct. We had
Brazil.
a player, Neto, in the program. They do try to do things like that, but I think it's terrific. Expand the game, spread it out, and I think it's a testament to Agba and those players where to go back to the roots, to really spread and be ambassadors for the game. It's phenomenal.
Do you think that do you think it helps the game be a global, here's the thing. And I thought these numbers.
Football is different than basketball. Football is an extremely, extremely taxing sport. So the globalization in terms of the games, if that's where you're going, is difficult, I think.
I mean, look, I'll tell you a really funny story not a funny story, a real story. So I'm a huge baseball fan, as you guys know. And my favorite summer of baseball, one of my favorite summers, was 1998. And for baseball fans, was Sammy Sosa, Mark McGwire.
Yeah, Mark McGwire.
And there's a really cool story about Sammy Sosa, who grew up in the Dominican Republic. And his very first glove was a milk carton. And they would take balled up newspaper and make that the ball. Mm-hmm. And they would have a legit stick as the bat. And that's how he played baseball for the beginning of his life, right? But I think it's a little bit easy. I don't want to say it's easier to do that because there's no other equipment that's really needed. I don't think that's a fair statement to say. But what I'll say is with football, I guess in theory you don't need pads to really learn to play football. You just need to learn the game and know the game of football compared to rugby, compared to football. Soccer, for those of you who didn't know that. Look, I think I want to see the game go global, but I'll say this: when I saw the numbers, and maybe this is an unfair comparison, but I think it's a real life one. The number of people that watch the World Cup in the world is like 8. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's like 8 times bigger than the people that watch the Super Bowl, which we all can admit as Americans that the Super Bowl is the greatest sporting event ever. People that don't care about football watch the Super Bowl, but everybody watches the World Cup. And I just don't know how plausible it is to make American football a global sport.
I don't think it'll ever get to that. Basketball was almost on that path. I mean, that was David Stern's almost kind of like dream, is the globalization, which you see so much about how many players. I guess Arvydas Sabonis way back when was really almost like the first wave. And then you had Drazen Petrovic. And then you had other players who are coming on in more.
Stojakovic.
Yeah, Stojakovic. And then you had Dirk Nowitzki. And then you have Manu Ginobili and Tony Parker. And now the globalization of basketball is phenomenal. I just don't know that football can get there. The globalization of baseball is phenomenal. You mentioned Dominican Republic, Sammy Sosa. I was there a couple of days ago, and I'm taking my kids to a little water park. The tour guide in the bus, first thing that they were talking about is how much Dominicans love baseball. Talked about Big Papi. David Ortiz talked about how there's so much good natural fruit and mangoes and avocados in Dominican Republic, and that's why everyone's such a good baseball player, because we feed them the best. I
love they're not a duo anymore, but Desus and Mero, who had a late night talk show on HBO, or was it HBO or Showtime? But they had a show for years on YouTube called Desus and Mero, and then they had like a 5-year or 4-year show run on Showtime called Desus and Mero Late Night. But the kid Mero, who does a lot of stuff with Major League Baseball too, by the way, They're big Yankee fans, but he does the greatest impersonation of a Dominican. He's from the Dominican, but doesn't have the Dominican accent. But he's like, he does a great Big Papi and Pedro Martinez impersonation. I hit the ball. I love the ball. I love baseball, and baseball is that. And it's such a great impersonation of them. Of any Dominican talking about baseball. You should go watch. Put the Kid Mero baseball, Dominican Republican or Dominican baseball impersonation. Some of the funniest stuff you'll ever see. But
I'm down.
But yeah, man, I agree with you. I don't know if it'll ever get. I think it will get bigger. Do you think that there'll be teams in Europe one day? Do you think London will get a team?
Not. No offense. I mean, that's not like an offensive statement.
They legit are talking about it like it's a thing that's going to happen in the NFL.
I don't think there's a
the logistics of it can't be, and the players' union would never agree to it.
It's too much. It would.
If you expand into Europe, number one, you'd have to do 2 to 4 teams. You couldn't just do one, right? And you'd have to do 2 to 4 teams.
You'd have to reorganize and restructure the whole
realign. You'd have to do realignment. Which, by the way, let me tell you something. I am all for doing realignment in the NFL. I just want to throw that out there.
That's a tricky one with rivalry.
I get it, but it just makes sense. We're the only team in the AFC East that's in the South. Come on.
I mean, look, to restructure, what to have Jacksonville, New Orleans, and the Bucks in our division.
No, it would have the Bucks, Jacksonville, and Atlanta in our division.
Okay.
But if you did, but to be fair, if you realigned to, if you went to Europe, you'd have to do 2 things. You'd have to expand. Although there's a word that they use. What is the word that they use when they there's a particular term that baseball uses all the time when they expand to more teams. I can't remember the name. Maybe it's expand. But they expand.
It's like an expansion draft.
Yes. So they expand to, you'd have to go to 2 to 4 teams. And then the reason you'd have to do that is you'd have to have those European teams play each other a certain amount of times, right? Because you couldn't ask those European teams to come do a week in USA and then go a week back and no bye week, right? And you'd have to do realignment. You would have to. This is the only way for it to work. And I would agree with you, but there's so many other things to it. How would labor rights work there? How would medical work there? Because all that is based on the state that you play in. I'll give you an example. Wally Williams. Wally Williams was an offensive tackle in the NFL. I'm pretty sure he was a tackle. I don't know if he was a guard, but offensive lineman in the NFL. Wally Williams played for the Baltimore Ravens, the New Orleans Saints, and I think he played for 1 or 2 other teams. But he worked here in Baltimore, and I had the pleasure when I was at the beginning of my radio career, 18 years old, had the pleasure of working with him a lot. And he's a really good guy. And Wally Williams got hurt 3 times in the NFL, really bad. And based on how the old collective bargaining agreement worked and the old medical stuff worked, and it's not like this now. Let me just throw that out there. They have changed the game, especially because of concussion and CTE and long-term players and mental health and everything. They've changed the entire landscape of how medical insurance and medical coverage is covered for players that have played 3 years or more and stuff like that. But this has all happened within the last 5 years. It isn't something that's been going on. But how it used to be, the NFL was, if you got hurt in the city that you played in, you'd have to sue in court the team that you played for, the team that you played against, the stadium, like the place where you got hurt, and the state's athletic commission to go after any money for medical coverage. So he said he at one point had, I think it was 3 active court cases, open court cases against athletic commissions, teams, and the complexes of like the facility itself. Thank God you don't have to do that anymore. And maybe I could still be wrong that players still aren't doing that to get certain medical coverage and certain medical stuff. But you go to another country, there's no way it could work. There's just no other way.
It's between travel, there's no way. I don't think there's any way.
And then the travel. And I was already kind of alluding to that. I'll tell you what, if they do, they won't be the first team to do it. NBA will be the first league to expand to Europe.
That I will say. And in that case, would be fine.
And they will, and they'll have to figure all that out and see how that works. And then other teams will adopt the same exact way that when Las Vegas got the Knights and now other teams are following suit. I knew the moment the NHL went to Las Vegas, I said, give it 5 years, you will see an NFL football team, and give it 10 years, you'll see a Major League Baseball team in Las Vegas. And I'm still.
The only terrifying thing about basketball in Vegas is the gambling. Terrifying.
I saw a really cool documentary about Arizona State.
Oh, yeah, the gambling, point shaving. Oh, I know that.
I saw a really cool documentary over the weekend or on my vacation.
The guy had a cool nickname too, right? The guy had a really cool nickname. Like Hots or Sauce or something like that.
Arizona.
Yeah.
Point.
When you watch movies like Blue Chips, when you watch movies about all that stuff, there were a couple of stories throughout sports history. It's called Bad Sport. It's on Netflix. And it's about the point shaving scandal by Arizona State. Yep.
It's really, really good, by the way. You guys should definitely go watch that documentary.
There was an ASU point shaving scandal. There was a point shaving scandal back in Boston College, which was organized by the mafia, which was referenced in the movie Goodfellas.
Yep.
For real.
Yep.
For real.
Because they were a part of it. Yeah.
100%. Henry Hill.
The Tim Donaghy situation.
There it is.
And the NBA is really interesting because there's a really good the Tim Donaghy Untold on Netflix.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh.
Really good. Because here's the thing. Watching that documentary, Tim Donaghy said, there's a reason I'm not in jail right now. And there's a reason that the NBA dropped all the litigation against him and couldn't go after him. Because if it had been opened up in public courts, David Stern in the NBA would have had to admit in open court. For example, the Sacramento Kings playoff games back in the early 2000s. Tim Donaghy swears up and down like the Lakers went to the finals that year because the NBA told them they do not want Sacramento in the NBA finals because from a financial standpoint. That is crazy to me. Crazy to me. Right? So I think that at NFL List says the 30 for 30 on Belichick cheating is going to be fire. No doubt about that. I am ready for it. Arizona Wildcats point shaving, and dude went to the NBA and never can make
that. Wasn't Wildcats, no.
He went to the NBA 4 or 5 years after his prime, after going to because he got blacklisted.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, here's the thing: that point shaving in Arizona State was literally a 3-game thing.
It's
3 games.
It's
part of the reason why the NIL had to happen. The NIL had to happen.
Convoluted topic. I'm sure a lot more of it's happened that it hasn't been called. Like one of my favorite movies of all time is Blue Chips. As a desire, it's
great movie. Shaq.
Pardon. It's the Arizona State. It's the BC. It's the overall stench of that having to have happened in a couple of situations that I think they put together in a terrific movie. It's one of the best sports movies in my mind. It's top 10 sports movie for me.
Blue Chips is great. Absolutely.
This movie was awesome.
And it's all accurate. Very accurate.
Hey, Ed O'Neill. I mean, forget Al Bundy. Forget his character on Modern Family. Jay, one of his best roles ever was the sports journalist that cracked the case.
Yes,
But
I'll
bought
do
him,
one
Charlie.
better.
I know he bought him.
It's his second best. His best role ever in movie cinema history is Little Giants.
Is it Wayne's World?
No, it's Little Giants.
Oh, of course, the culture of the glass. I was going to say his cameo in Wayne's World.
The annexation of Puerto Rico.
No, but that was Rick Moranis. That was Rick
It was Rick Moranis and Ed O'Neill.
No,
he was the brother.
I know.
But I still think that's his best role ever.
You're right. The annexation of Puerto Rico was on Rick Moranis' team.
I know.
He used it against.
But I was just referencing that because that was the movie.
You're right.
Get with the program.
I'm with it. Ooh, Dutch was an underrated movie. Good movie. Good movie.
Dutch was a really good movie. He's such a good actor.
So good.
Such a good actor. So good. And I do love watching Modern Family with him and Sofia Vergara.
He's a phenomenal actor.
Look here, honey. I can't do her voice. I'm not going to try to do her voice. But it's so good.
Yeah, don't do her voice.
It's so good. So good. All right. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. We're in the afternoon. Clock blockers. We'll do a little bit longer. We'll talk some Dolphins football, man. Anything happened while I was away? While you were away? Any big news drop off? Anything really go down?
I mean, a lot of rumors and sniffing that this hopeful Christian Wilkins extension can go down. This is that calm before the storm. I feel like right before the draft, where there's a lot of meetings, due diligence going on, and this is going to be maybe a relatively quiet time with additional craziness going on. But once we get to after the draft, they can assess what players are left. Maybe a draft day trade. Maybe a lot
of. You think a draft day trade happens?
I would like to see it in the right scenario. I really
give me
would.
an example. Give me an example.
All right. If I have to name a name, it's not an insult on the player. It's where's the asset or where's the value that the Dolphins have that if you could lose them and regain any draft pick and save money, you do it. And if it also could benefit the player like a Cedric Wilson Jr. So if Cedric Wilson Jr., if someone told you, Steven, for whatever reason that we're not going to be playing with Cedric Wilson Jr. for the 2023 season, what does that do to you? I'm
okay with that as long as we get something in return.
You're right.
What does that look like? Is that a 6th-round draft pick?
Yeah, it's either a 6th or a 5th with trimming salary cap. But the is that they need to trim money. And you know what? Without a pick in the top 35 or 40, the Dolphins are at 51. So if it's draft day and if their draft board is materializing where it's pick 38, and they have 2 or 3 guys that if they, in their minds, need to move up 20 some odd, 15 some odd spots to get their guy, you might have to dangle an asset that's a player. So it might not be a 6th rounder. It might be the 51st and this player at next year's 6th to move up the spots. That I would love to see.
Can I pause you for a second?
Sure.
So something happened over the weekend in the NFL. Actually, yesterday, Odell Beckham signed with the Baltimore Ravens 1 year, $18 million. I'll say that again. Odell Beckham Jr. signed a 1 year, $18 million deal with the Baltimore Ravens. I'm going to get to why this is a domino effect for the rest of the NFL. Now, how's it big for them? Well, number one, Baltimore finally has a wide receiver. And then we all saw the Instagram post yesterday of Odell Beckham and Lamar Jackson on screen together. So I'm 100% convinced now Lamar's going back to Baltimore. 100% convinced that's going to happen. No matter what he said earlier. Baltimore, and by the way, here's the reason why. Well, what the hell else was Baltimore going to do? There were no other options. Lamar had the upper hand the entire time. And now that Baltimore went out, and by the way, grossly overpaid for Odell. I mean, it was ugly how much they overpaid for Odell Beckham.
Agreed.
And by the way, side note, as Dolphin fans, you have to laugh. The Jets. They can't get anybody to come to them. They couldn't get anybody to come to them. Can't do it. You couldn't get Odell Beckham. He went to a situation where their quarterback publicly stated he wanted to be traded. He said, nah, I think I can make this work. I'd rather go here, work with Lamar, than go to the Jets and whatever the situation is going on with them. Jets gang says, no way Jets was paying $18 million. Maybe true, maybe not. But I'll tell you one thing, the Jets are a freaking firestorm of a team. They can't get a trade to go through to save their life. They can't get nobody to go there. Jets gang. You want to talk about a trash franchise? Bruh, you had the bigger deal on the table with the Kansas City Chiefs for Tyreek Hill. Couldn't pull it off. You had the bigger contract on the table for Tyreek Hill. He didn't want to come to you. You had more opportunities for endorsements and better stuff outside of the game of football. Tyreek never chose you. The only reason Aaron Rodgers is choosing you is because his current team doesn't want him anymore. And there's nobody else in the NFL stupid enough to trade 2 first-round picks for a guy that may play 1 year, and by the way, publicly said, yeah, I was 95% ready to retire. Who the hell is paying 2 first-round draft picks for a guy that was 95% ready to leave the league?
Let's hope the Jets.
Peace out. I hope it's the trash-ass Jets. I hope it is.
I would love to see it. I would love to see a final implosion.
That's why he's not there, Jets gang. You know why that deal hasn't gone through? Because they can't get they don't want to trade 2 first rounders. And you know what the Packers are doing? You want him. That's the price. Give me a reason why that trade has not occurred yet. Don't worry, I'll wait. Just like you guys are. On the edge of your seat. Oh my God, are we gonna get Aaron Rodgers? Are we gonna have to deal with another season of Zach Wilson? We don't even have Mike White anymore. Oh my God, it's gonna get so bad in New York.
Either way,
the only good thing we have going for us is Sauce Gardner, and that's just because he has a cool name. That's it. Jets are straight trash.
He holds a lot. He holds an awful lot. But anyway, he's a good corner. He holds a lot.
Trade happening draft day. That may be true, my guy, but I'm going to tell you on everything. The Packers hold all the cards, and the Jets are going to overpay for something that is not going to work out. Remember the last time your trash-ass organization, Jets game, went and got an aging quarterback from Green Bay? Don't worry, I'll wait. But his name is Chad Pennington, and it was beautiful. Oh, beautiful.
Last time the Jets did something like that, we had Pennington won us a division. Do it again.
Thank you.
Do it again. Do it again.
Jets game. It sucks to be a Jets fan. Just admit that it does. Your life sucks being a Jets fan. You've never won a Super Bowl. Okay, you've won one with Joe Namath. Whoop-de freaking do. Super Bowl 3. Ooh.
What I think is funnier is that they've only had one 4,000-yard passer ever. Joe Namath.
You had Mr. Butt Fumble take you to 2 AFC championship games. By the way, he wasn't the reason. It was that defense.
Jets gang. How many rings? Jets gang. How many rings does No Sean Marino got? I'm not so sure. Please don't disrespect Dan Marino and spell his name wrong.
Yeah, come on, Jets gang. All right, I'm about to do it. Everybody in the chat, go after Jets gang. Go get them. There'll be no Dolphin on Dolphin violence here, but there's always going to be Dolphins on Jets violence. Oh, I'm about that life.
I knew who you were referencing, Jets gang. I got it.
Getting me fired up this morning, Jets gang. It's my first day back. Let's go. I want to smoke with you Jets fans.
Jet fans. I love it.
Y'all make me laugh. Everything about y'all have made me laugh. Noob, you're a Dolphins fan. Chill out. We're going after the Jets right now. We're not going after each other, Noob.
For a change.
Okay? All right, watch this. Watch this. I got everybody. Jets, suck. All right, put it in the chat, everybody.
Funny story.
Go with me. Go ahead, Jason. Tell your funny story.
Guy was asking a question to Bo Camper on the cruise. He was wearing the Jets suck shirt. The first thing Bo Camper saw was just the Jets logo. So he was like, I don't know, man. You got to take that shirt off. That is wretched. That is disgusting. I hate that. And then the guy was like, wait, but it says sucks. And then he's like, okay, love that. And it was just great. It was just really a funny moment. But anyway.
Jets gang said, y'all scared as hell. Rodgers is coming. I ain't scared. You think I'm scared? You think I'm scared of an old-ass quarterback who goes do 4-day darkness retreat and walks out of there being 95% ready to retire and then finds out his current team doesn't want him anymore? And then he says, oh, snap. I can't retire. I got to show these guys I can still play. Meanwhile, I have no desire to play. I'm just playing because my current team doesn't want me anymore. Hello. And I want to throw it back in their face that they're wrong about me. But are they, though? Are they? Hot take. You ready? Hot take. I know it's not Hot Take Tuesday, but I got an early one for you today, cuz. I got an early one for you today, Jets gang. Jordan Love will have a better year than Aaron Rodgers next year. Hot take.
That is a hot take.
Hot take.
That is a hot take.
Jordan Love will have a better year than Aaron Rodgers next year. Hot take.
That is a smoking hot take, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Definitely. I'm on it. I'm back, baby. I just needed to wake up. And we could have done this hours ago. We wouldn't have been here.
My nerves are shot.
We're going to talk after we get off air. All right. Next thing. Is there any way, shape, or form the Dolphins have one big move left up their sleeve? Because either. Because, look, we got to talk about it at least. Everybody saw the McDaniel hug with Aaron Donald.
No, stop it. My guess.
People are wanting to talk about it, Jason.
Here's what McDaniel probably said to Aaron Donald. And if I'm jumping in the mind of a guy like a Mike McDaniel, which is probably a freaky place to be, knowing he's a coach, right? He's a coach. He's a jokester. He's a funny kind of guy, right? He likes to make, my guess is he sees one of the best defensive players of all time at a UFC fight. He leans in. He tells him how good of a player he probably thinks he is, and then probably because I think he did like a reference to like the back, like the ring, maybe. Probably not only told him that he could be a champion in UFC, but probably suggested the kind of style or move. Like, this is what I think. If you got to win a championship, this is what I would do if I were you. Go win a title in here. I don't think he's recruiting him for the Dolphins. It didn't look like that specifically. And we already have our defensive line. It's okay. We're all right. We're all right.
Is there any player the Dolphins will bring out of retirement this year?
Is there any player? Out of retirement?
Jason.
Cam Wake? Who are you asking? Cam Wake? Who? Who do you want out of retirement?
Is there anybody out of retirement?
That I know of. Ronnie Brown looked like he could play football today, but I don't think he's coming back.
Dude, by the way, saw pictures of that cruise. Dude looks jacked still.
Dude, he's huge. He's tremendous. It's unbelievable.
Ronnie Brown
Coolest guy.
100% looks like he could still go play.
Unbelievable.
Dude looks straight jacked. Anyways.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised if Aaron Donald comes out of retirement to play for the Dolphins. Just want to throw it out there. Just saying. Don't be surprised if that happens.
I won't be upset, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Brady said he's good. NFL lit said. I was just trying to mess with you. I was just trying to troll you. All right. I think it's more likely that Aaron Donald comes out of retirement before Tom Brady does. Just want to throw that out there. It is more likely that that'll be the case.
I don't think I could tolerate
Come with
that.
me, Jason. Let's put this Brady stuff to bed. It is more likely Aaron Donald comes out of retirement before Tom Brady does.
Gun to head.
Both of them are irrelevant, probably.
Gun to head. Fine, I'll give you that.
Okay. As long as you agree with me, Jason. Thank you for agreeing with me with a gun to your head. I appreciate that.
Fine.
If you're going to twist my arm. All right, next thing. Draft day trade on a scale of 1 to 10, does it happen?
8.5, yes.
Wow.
But that's also a move up. That's also a move up.
Two.
No, but that's also a.
You're on mute. You hit mute.
Sorry. That's and if the Dolphins move the 51 back to pick up a 3rd and 4th, we win. 8.5 hits.
Does it happen day 1 or day 2?
Well, the only thing that can happen day 1 is an aggressive move to move up into the market. Like that's you're not moving back day 1.
I don't think I'm telling you right now, hot take. Dolphins are not going into the first round. Not going to happen.
I agree. And the reason why I agree with you is they don't have the player asset of tolerance. I mean, look, I do not want to see, hypothetically, just because the only player of, I think, first round tolerance, if they package their pick to move up with the player, I mean, is Christian Wilkins to get into the first round if you see a player that you're obsessed with. But I would not do that because I don't want to cut off my nose to spite my face with a draft day trade and get rid of Christian Wilkins at all. I want him in for Miami for life. Someone put that in the chat a minute ago. Would love to find it. But yeah, Wilkins is a lifer. There it is. But By
the way, they're saying Aaron Donald didn't retire. I thought he did.
I don't think he retired. No, I just don't think he's going to be
talking about it.
It was a tongue-in-cheek UFC talk.
I thought at the end of the year press conference, he's like, well, I don't know if I'm coming back.
I'm not so sure. I'm honestly not so sure. But
I don't think he plays this year. I just want to throw that out there. Go ahead, though.
I don't think. So where was I? Going off on a tangent here. So draft day trade. If it's day 2, a move up I don't think would cost so much if you're going to be strategic. And what I would love to happen, I like players in the top 60, 65 where I would love to get 2 of them. You know, an offensive lineman, a linebacker, or a offensive lineman.
Do you think there's a starter on the O-line in the second round?
I do. I really, truly do, but I don't think he's at 51. If he is, you get him at Matt Bergeron. I've been saying this name over and over again. I really, truly like this guy. Syracuse, he could play the right, left side, a tackle. You need him right now to compete with Austin Jackson, and on a secondary level, if he needs to sub on in for a Teron Armstead, he can. He's a leader type of player, Canadian-grown kid, just has a really good football IQ, good size. I like Matt Bergeron. If he's something that maybe you get him at 82, 3, whatever our draft pick is in the 3rd, that would be fantastic. So if I do want to see a trade that I'll be really happy with, maybe that Cedric Wilson reference where you're going up and getting a guy, or if it's just a pick trade simplistically, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. And this is very Greer-like to take that 51, maybe move back into the 70s, pick up an extra 4th or a 5th or something, maybe get a little bit more blood. Because remember, you need to get cheap players in because we're running out of some money, although we'll be getting it back with Byron Jones, but you're going to need that for scrap heap signings and eventual money towards the extension game and Wilkins, Sealer. You need to keep some money around for you. So there's options. And then, of course, there's that rumor of the running back moves. So I don't think that'll happen. I'd be pleasantly surprised if they do trade picks or a player and go get like a Dalvin Cook. I'll be pleasantly surprised.
Hey, I was literally about to say that, Scott Jackson. I went to Aaron Donald's Instagram post and his Twitter profile, and D lineman to a D lineman is to a D lineman in the NFL. Google it. I here's what the Aaron Donald situation. He is not officially retired. I retract my previous statement because I see him getting killed in the chat. But all signs indicate that he's definitely not going to be a Ram next year, probably. All more than likely he will not be a Ram because they're in whatever. I don't know what's going on with them. Sean McVay was talking about not coming back, but he did. He finally said, I don't know. Aaron Donald will not be a Ram next year. That's my hot take. Aaron Donald will not be a Ram next year. He'll either be retired or somewhere else. Anyways, now that I've gotten that out the way, I do think when it comes to draft day stuff, if we have to get back into the second round to get 2 picks in the top 65, that means we have to give up a third rounder. Right?
We're running out of draft assets.
So if you give up Cedric Wilson and a third rounder, realistically, what do you get back in return for something like that?
You're not getting into the first round with that. You'd have to get, all right, if you want to retain 51 and maybe leapfrog your own pick and trade the 80, that third rounder, and Cedric Wilson to get like pick 46, 42 from Cleveland. I don't know if I think they have that number. I think that's tolerable. Another player that you could really dangle in that sort of scenario is a Jerome Baker. I like Jerome Baker, but I do believe that if there's 2 players, one on offense, one on defense, that you can move up and help your team and help your financial leisure, I think Baker's a guy to watch. Cedric Wilson's a guy to watch, but I think they're parts of a pick package that could simply just move up the ladder as opposed to maybe bringing in another running back, because I think they're okay with running backs. But if you can identify a top tier player in the top 40 or leave with 2 top 50 or 55 players in this draft, there's deep positions that 2 or 3 of the deepest needs this team really could use. So they're doing business. They're making the calls, I'm sure. If anything happens, great. If it doesn't, it's not safe from trying. You know he tries. You know he makes those calls.
Look, I'll say this. I think that when it's all said and done, the Miami Dolphins will. One of the other thing, let me go back. So this Kareem Hunt ordeal that he's not going to get signed. You're talking about drafting a potential young running back, right? Would it make more sense to just go get Kareem Hunt instead of drafting a young running back?
Nope. It makes more sense in my mind to not draft a running back and to do the classic Greerian thing is just sign 3 undrafted ones and see what happens. They're not. If Greer keeps to his status quo, he's not drafting a running back early. It doesn't do it. He doesn't spend the money. He will try to get things cheap. If he doesn't like the tag, he's not going to do it. I don't think, I see all these mock drafts. We have this obsession with running back. I get it. It doesn't mean that I won't accept it, but Kenyon Drake was a 3rd rounder. Myles Gaskin, a 7th rounder. Salvin Ahmed, an undrafted free agent. He tried with Chase Edmonds, didn't work. He tried with Jordan Howard, didn't work. He tried with Matt Breida, didn't work. That was a 5th round draft trade. He doesn't like using premium assets. So if he gets obsessed with the running back, who he's already brought back 4 from last year, I just don't see it. I don't see it.
King Short says, don't be surprised if Greer trades for Dalvin Cook on draft.
If the price is there, if we're looking at
what is a good price for Dalvin Cook, Jason?
Absolutely theft of the Vikings.
Which
Ramsey.
Which by the way, Chris Greer has been known.
You want me to give you theft? You want me to give you theft? I will give you a theft, and this ain't gonna happen. It's my comparison to the Hunter Long in the 3rd round Jalen Ramsey trade.
Still can't believe we got him for
exactly. Here's my comparison. This is not going to happen. Noah Iguodala in a 2024 4th. It's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. He'll
Could you imagine? Hey, a timeout.
If that happens,
I want to imagine it, Jason.
that would be my first call. My first call would be that.
I
don't care.
I know. All right. I'm just going to throw this out there, y'all. I have said on past episodes of this illustrious, wonderful, amazing morning show known as Flip Floppers.
It's an afternoon show now, Steve-O.
Flip Floppers.
Oh.
That I believe that Chris Greer is a top 10 GM. And then it was told to me that you can't give somebody a top GM who's never won a playoff game. I conceded to that notion. I said, you know what? You're right. I can't do that. I'm going to tell your butts right now, if this man trades Noah Igbenogany for anything, that includes a bag of balls, okay? If you trade Noah Igbenogany for literally anything, you automatically become a top GM. You don't need a playoff win.
In a realistic sense, you're right.
You don't need it.
In a realistic sense, if I would hope the call that is to be made for a guy like a Dalvin Cook, and then if you bring in Dalvin Cook, a guy like a Gaskin or an Ahmed is gone. But not that I'm going to cry over that. I like those guys, what have you. But you ask what players you might like on the roster. You call up Minnesota. It's like, all right, here's a pick. This is the only pick I can give you. 4th next year, 5th this year, 6th this year, whatever they have in the back lot of day 3. But we want to help you immediately. So what's your list? And if they list 3, what's the third name on my list that I could tolerate? You know what I'm saying? So if you're like, we like X, Y, and Z. All right, take Z in the pick.
Let me tell you why the Dalvin Cook trade does not happen.
Please, because it's probably not.
Brian Flores. Brian Flores is the defensive coordinator of Minnesota now.
Or you trade Noah Igbenogany to him.
Bro, if that happens, I'm going to lose my mind. If Brian Flores goes after Noah because he wants him on his defense, Jason, I will lose my mind. I will lose it.
You heard it here first. Kidding.
I would lose it. Okay. But I don't believe that happens because here's the reason. Not because Flores hates the Dolphins, not because Flora, whatever his thing is to Tua, whatever. Okay. But because Flores has already gone to the GM there and said, look, if you trade Dalvin Cook to Miami, when it comes to anybody on the defense, you go through me first. And here's a list of the 8 players that I am okay with trading for. Anybody else I do not want. And there's no way that the Dolphins are going to trade anybody on that list that he would want. I don't think we're talking about the Noah thing. There's no way that happens. By the way, if it does for any reason, I promise you all on everything that man automatically goes to top 10.
We are having absolute fun with it. I'm having fun with that. I cannot even come close to endorsing that there's a chance of that kind of trade, but completely having fun with you on that.
100%. All right. You got to get out of here.
I got to get these kids fed, man.
I know. My wife is my wife is doing that for me today.
Wifey's working. We're holding on a fort here. The kids got one more off day.
My wife has one more off day, so. All right, I'm gonna stay on, and I'm gonna open up the lines to people that want to come on.
Stay on, my dude.
And
glad
yell
that
at
everything
me.
was okay today.
I'm going to call you later, and we're gonna have a conversation.
Yeah, we are.
So please keep your phone on you today.
Oh, I'm gonna keep mine. You keep your phone on you and glued to you.
It was.
My Lord. Oof, turn the ringer on louder.
Jason, I'm sorry.
I love you, man. Oh. Oof.
I love you.
You're the best.
You're the best.
You're the best.
No, you're the best.
All right, we can go on all day with this.
All right. I love you, buddy. Be good.
Fins up, everybody. Thanks for your
Fins
time.
up. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Sarni.
Whoa, Mike. Wrong button. Get me out of here. I'm out. Leave me alone.
All right. I'm going to drop the thing on for you just for you to come on and yell at me for not being here this morning or saying whatever you want to say. So the link is in there. I'm only going to talk to a couple of y'all because I don't want to talk to you. No, I'm just playing. I do. I miss y'all. That's the reason I miss y'all. So, yeah, the link is pinned to the top. You can come up and yell at me, whatever you want to do. Swear jar is in full effect. K's 1989. What's up, my guy?
Hey, Steven. Long time no talk, man.
What's
How are
up,
you?
K's 1989? I'm good, man. I'm good. Sorry about leaving y'all hanging last week.
No, you good, man. Stuff happens, man. Part of
Well,
life.
you know, to be fair, was supposed to have somebody on Wednesday and Friday. And
Right.
you know, the person on Wednesday could not go on. I'm not, you know, stuff came up. I get it. Life happens.
Right.
And then Friday, you know, same kind of thing. So it is what it is. It's whatever. But I'm here today, although I was super late because I overslept, and I apologize.
It's all right, man. Stuff happens, man.
No doubt. What's going on, man? Did you have a good
How
week?
was your Easter? How was your Easter?
My Easter was good, man. I you know, we did the church thing, and you know, yesterday was a lot of fun, man. I watched the Masters all day. I watched basketball. I switched back and forth between the Lakers and the Heat game. And then I watched the NASCAR race. I watched Bristol at night. And then I stayed up and watched a couple of movies while I was doing my taxes to get all that stuff done.
Nice. How was the vacation?
Vacation was great, man. It was I wanted to whatchamacallit, have it longer, but there's this thing called money. I couldn't have it longer. But it was a lot of fun, man. It was good hanging out with the family and getting to spend. I'll tell you a real quick thing. So on Wednesday or on Wednesday night, my daughter plays baseball.
Well, that's cool.
And is for some reason into baseball because I am. So we went into Norfolk on Wednesday, the Norfolk, Virginia area, and they have a AAA baseball team called the Norfolk Tides. And the Norfolk Tides were the AAA affiliate for years for the Mets. And when I went as a kid, I'd always seen them there. And my daughter said, but we stayed at this hotel right near the state, in between the stadium and this museum called Nauticus, which is really, really cool. It's an interactive museum for kids and everything like that. So we picked a hotel like a week earlier, and we called them up and we made reservations, and I talked to them and I said, look, you know, my first time being back in Norfolk for years, and we're going to go do Nauticus, and we're going to go do AAA baseball game, and these are the things we're planning on doing. Well, the hotel had season tickets with the Norfolk Tides and gave us 4 free tickets to that Thursday game, right? Like literally 2 rows from the field. It was awesome.
That's awesome.
But my daughter was like, I just wanted to go with you, Dad. So that we had those tickets for the day game, which was that Thursday.
Right.
My daughter like, I want to go with you Wednesday night, just me and you, daddy, daughter.
Oh.
So that was really cool, just hanging out with my 7-year-old daughter at a baseball game. And she wanted to stay for the whole thing. She was into it. She got a baseball. She got some autographs. It was one of those moments where I was like, this is the best thing in the world. Like it was great. I loved it.
Sounds like a life experience.
It was, man. It was definitely was. And you know, my children are, I've started to realize over the last, I mean, look, I deal with anxiety and depression, and you know, I've had my ups and downs just in life, but I've come to this realization recently,
right,
that just my family is like, if my family's good, we're good. If my family's not good, life isn't good. So that Wednesday night, just being there with her at the stadium was just one of the best moments in the world. And one thing that I'll just cherish forever. And who cares that it was a AAA baseball game? And we were at a game, just me and her, and she was like, "Oh man, look at that player! Look at that play! Oh, great hit!" So, it was just a lot of fun, man. It was good stuff.
It's the thought that counts.
That's right. That's right. Anything else before I let you go, Canes 1989?
Nah, man. Just want to come up and say hi and see how everything is.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Thank you. I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm glad to be back. I'm sorry about this morning, but we're here. And next week, tomorrow, I'm hoping that Nando Talk comes on back with me. I'm just waiting to hear back from him. Wednesday, I'm going to have Allie, aka Dolph Freaky, with me. And then we'll do Wildin' Out Wednesday after that. Thursday, I'll have Cameron on. And Friday, I'll have Jason Sarney on again. And it's going to be awesome.
Well, man, welcome back, and
appreciate it, brother.
I'll stay in the chat.
All right, man. Thank you. Love you, bro. Be good.
All right, man. Same to you.
All right, guys. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami afternoon show, because it's the afternoon now. The link is pinned to the top of the page. Get up here. Come on. I got nobody else in the back here. Nobody else wants to say hello to me. Nobody wants to yell at me for this morning. Get up here. Let's see here. Kids help keep you life in perspective, Keen Short says. No doubt, bro. No doubt. 100%, man. Totally does. Totally does. All right. Cap, what's up, my guy?
Hey, hello. How are you?
I am good, man. I'm here.
Did you enjoy your time away? Did you USA your mind?
I did USA my mind. It was good. I needed it, man. It was I didn't like being away because I saw everybody doing content over the last week. Like I watched a lot of TD, Dougley, I saw the craziness, on social media.
Speaking of which, man, I don't know about social media and all aspects of that, but from what the guy's been doing the past couple of weeks, like getting Barry Cunningham involved in the community now, it's breathtaking, man. I suggest you follow suit with that, man, and have that man on the program one day. He's a very good follow.
I'm trying to get it's tough to get everybody doing the morning, so I'm thinking I'm going to do a couple of evening shows over the next in the next couple of weeks, and try to have Barry on, have Doug on, have TD on. It's tough because those guys do their own stuff during late nights, but yeah, the goal is to I'm in the process of trying to get Barry Cunningham, TD, and Dougley to do a roundtable with me. So, because I think there's a lot of stuff to talk about, and so that was a little interesting, just being so far away from everything this week that I missed it. Like I hated that I felt, what is it, FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah, but for the most part, you didn't really miss a lot for the most part. Besides that, I mean, everybody else has been holding their weight. The guys over at the Phins tailgate, they've been doing a lot of content creation for them. Yeah, helping out, man, because it's a lot of downtime. But to be honest with you, man, there's not really much to to dwell into right now, man. Besides, just,
I know it's that quiet time of year, right?
Yeah.
It was weird because yesterday on Easter Sunday, it was so fun to just sit and watch golf all day and watch the NBA in the afternoon and then watch the race at night. And
what do you think about that, man? Like everything's starting to transition towards like out of America. Like the Live Tour is all Saudi Arabia, Dubai-ish. You got wrestling getting taken over. WWE got sold to the Saudis I believe.
Real quick, because I want to touch on that. The Endeavor deal with WWE and UFC. Oh, my God. That is a crazy deal, Cap. Here's what I'll say about it. Good for WWE, good for UFC. I think that both of those worlds collide. There's always been some correlation between those worlds, right? Like Dana White and Vince McMahon have always kind of had an affiliate or an affection, or I don't know if infatuation is the right word, but I guess respect, mutual respect for each other and how they go about their business. And there's been a lot of crossover. There's been a lot of wrestling guys that have come to the UFC, and there's been UFC guys that have gone on to do wrestling. And I think there's just, you say what you want, and they're night and day worlds. Let me just throw that out there. I personally believe there's no way, shape, and form that UFC is rigged. I don't believe that it's rigged. I've talked to enough people that it's not, that are directly affiliated with UFC, that it is not rigged. So I think that there's some people might see the correlation of, oh, now UFC is going to be scripted. No, that's not the case. I just think that they're going to be able to be bigger and badder together, and that they're still going to be their own separate entities, but there's going to be a lot of really cool stuff that I think will come out of this, endeavor, man. That it's just a crazy deal. The money that's involved in that is unreal. And my hope and my outlook of it is it's going to be good for all parties involved, including us, the consumer, the content watchers. And I think we're going to get a lot of great content and action from both of those platforms.
I think it's also, I mean, even if we don't want to hear it or not, but it's a monopoly based type of move where, all these other small time, combat sports, platforms that are not being ultra, like the microscope isn't on them. So pretty much you're going to have the UFC just chomping at the bit to eat up all these competitors and just take over, just like, WWE did back in the day when they bought out all these other wrestling, federations as well. So it's a dog-eat-dog world, man. And right now, like, those two guys are the big dogs, and I think they're going to eat up all the small people right now, bro, and just, take over as far as, mainstream. Because right now, that's all they can do is just offer people, hey, either you want to sell or you want to get eaten by us. So it's like, I think that's what's going to happen, man. I think they're going to fall into
it's kind of funny, just from a business standpoint, Cap. You kind of look at the WWE and the WCW thing back in the day. It's interesting because a lot of people say, well, the WWE kind of won that battle, and it's true, but the content, those wars, like the content that they had between the two back in the day, come on, that was wrestling's heyday. That was fun to watch. And I know that some people, like Noob is saying, the UFC deal has already been bad for WWE. I disagree. I understand there might be some, not everything's going to come with, all glitz and glamour, and there might be some things that lose from it. But I think overall the relationship will be better than not. That's my opinion. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I think of it. But I agree. I mean, it does allow for less opportunities. But you got to remember, right? That's part of, look at what the UFC, the UFC bought up so many different entities along the way. Right? What was it? WBC?
Yeah, they got Bellator left over, and that's because, in my opinion, I think Bellator is pretty much, in my opinion, like the G League for UFC. So they, pretty much gave them, the right to exist, if that's the politically right way of saying it, because they could have devoured Bellator.
I think that they did. If you think about it, Bellator only exists because there's still such thing as fight promoters, and people do want to see some of those old school. Here's the thing about the UFC. There are some people that I think, like, there's no reason, in my opinion, Cowboy Cerrone, Donald Cerrone, should have been fighting his last few fights. But he was still good. Like, he was still in shape. He was still there. But there was also that thing, the other thing from the side of it of, I remember a lot of old school guys in the UFC that no longer could fight in that they went to Bellator to get a couple of last paychecks. But you also got to see some really cool fights at the end that you always wanted to see that the UFC never put up, which is fine. So, look, I like it. That's just my opinion of it. I hope that it keeps on going, and I'm all about UFC. I like Dana White in the UFC. Personally, I like what he's done with that.
Yeah, man, you can't hate on a guy who took pretty much a league that was about to go under and just, revamp it the way he has.
It was bought for $2 million. It was bought for $2 million. And what was that Endeavor deal? Endeavor deal,
like $3 billion, I think.
Yeah,
don't quote me on that, but it was up there.
I mean, it's a stupid amount of money, just stupid amount of money. So, yeah, I think here we go. Following month speculation, WWE's valuation, or it was $9.3 billion, I think, that if I'm reading this correctly.
Wow,
crazy! A $2 million deal over a span of 25 years turned out to be $9.3 billion because somebody had a vision and saw it and took the time to deal with it and do it.
It's funny because I remember when Dana White got into the heart of the UFC, when he started knowing that the UFC was starting to make noise, he made a bold statement by saying that they would surpass the NFL as far as marketing and money. And I was laughing at him at the time, man. But
I don't know if they've done that yet, but they've definitely acquired a really good fan base and a loyal fan base.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you still got to remember, football owns Sunday. They own the day of the week. Like, my favorite line in the Concussion movie with Will Smith is, the NFL owns its own day of the week. They do. Sundays are 100% NFL during football season. So, yeah, I agree with that. The UFC deal allowed McMahon to slide back in control of creative, and now there's a mutiny from talent. I'm telling you right now, that will not last long. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, man, I don't understand, man. Like, you have Triple H putting on a hell of a product the past year and a half, the same amount of time that McMahon's been gone. And don't get me wrong, McMahon is the reason WWE is where they are now, but let your son-in-law take over. He's been doing a hell of a job. Stay out of the go grow a mustache. Go enjoy your time on a yacht with whoever, bro. Let the man do what he's been doing, like, successfully at that point.
I think they're both going to be fine. I think they're both going to work out just the way it's supposed to work out. Don't feel bad for anybody involved. Amicus says it's a $29 billion company now. Yeah. Nobody's losing in this.
Jesus Christ,
I don't
man.
think the fans will at the end of the day.
That's a lot of zeros, bro.
You're right. It is. And I'm not seeing any of that. So it doesn't affect me, unfortunately.
Well, that's the problem, man. We should have had Batman over there at the arena of the night of the UFC fight, but Batman's been ghost. Batman's been MIA. Wherever Batman is, we need to know, bro. He can be out there right now recruiting all these guys, bro.
Batman looks like he's doing stuff on Twitter today. I was offered a chance to come on his Twitter thing. I couldn't do it because I'm doing my show. He's got a Twitter space going on right now with Lewis and Von Joe, who are not here now. In my defense, I wasn't here on time today. But yeah, Crypto's over there, Lewis, Von Joe, all those guys over there. Pete's Takes.
The mutiny, bro. Look at the mutiny.
They've left me. Now, I wasn't here this morning, so I'll let it slide.
Well, the funny part is they hate all the toxic and venomous talk that's being done, but it's coming from a place where they know where it's coming from. Get the hell out of there. Come back home.
Should I join real quick and get on with them?
Don't do it, man. Salvage your afternoon.
I'm gonna do it real quick. I'm gonna be like, I'm live right now.
Stick your head in. Stick your head in. Say peekaboo. Get the hell out of there.
I'm gonna do it real quick.
All right, man. Enjoy your afternoon, man. And yeah, man, just take it easy. It's raining like crazy down here in Miami. We can do nothing but just enjoy the rain and enjoy the next 4 months of controversy.
All right, I'm gonna get on real quick.
Do it, bro.
Love you, bro. Be good.
So why would you get rid of him, bro? You ain't even saying the
Can y'all hear it? Y'all can probably just hear.
Yes, we will. Yes, see, true talk. See, that's why I hate when people say that, bro. I fucking hate. We're not gonna be. But we can pay him and
can y'all hear it?
This year if we wanted to.
I mean, I don't really care about Zach Taylor, to be honest with you. I don't really care if he walks or goes.
They're on Twitter.
But look,
They're on a Twitter
It's as
space.
simple as this. If we can get a first-round pick for Christian Wilkins, why not? What's the problem with doing that? If Jalen Carter is still on the board, Jalen Carter will be a better player in his rookie year than Christian Wilkins ever been in his entire career.
I'm just gonna give Batman, Lewis, and Von Joe a little bit of crap, and then I'll hop off. There we go.
I ain't flushing. I'm just balls on the damn toilet, balls. Hey, you gotta go
And
to
Crypto's
CBS,
on there
man.
too.
You gotta go take care of that, man. Go to CBS, man. Aisle number 8. Aisle number 8, man. CBS.
They're just talking away on that.
I don't got the little dookies, man.
All right, so, hey, I'm tired of hearing that shit, man. True talk. They keep flushing everything you say, bro.
It's fine, bro. It's fine. I don't really care, bro. Haters gonna hate, right? I mean, if you got haters, that means you're doing something right. Hey, if you got haters, that means you're doing something right. Bro. That's what you guys don't understand. If you got haters, you're doing something right. That means I'm doing something right. If I got this many people fucking flushing, I think
They are definitely cussing up a storm over
because
there.
they just don't agree with my narrative.
No, I don't know.
Is this how Twitter is all the time?
Wait a minute. This is what this
I did request to join. They're not letting me on.
CBS is open until 8 o'clock tonight.
So you say you would trade Christian Wilkins for a first-round draft pick, right?
100% yes.
No, Von Joe, Lewis, and Batman are not talking. They're just there as co-hosts. But they're on mute.
Christian Wilkins and pay him.
But nobody sees me.
If Jalen Carter is still on the board, if you don't
Somebody text Lewis, Von Joe, or Batman and tell them to let me on.
If Darnell Washington is still on the board and the Steelers call us and say, "Hey, we'll give you our first-round pick,"
I'm gonna get them if they'll let me on. I'll give it another minute or two. Okay, here we go, guys. They put me on a speaker. I'm gonna give them shit. Hey.
I only let him up the first round.
Hey, man. Hey. So. Hey, real quick, I'm gonna interrupt. I'm gonna change the story just for a second. So, I'm on live on my show right now on YouTube, and I got you guys listening. And I'm here to talk to Von Joe, Lewis, Batman, Crypto. Who else is up here? Dravius. Y'all cheating on me with Twitter Spaces? What's up with this, cuz?
Hold on, whoa. First off.
Wait a minute. You went on the panels, nigga.
You guys.
Hold on, cut that.
Hold on. See, again.
I was muted by Von Joe.
Over here, Steven. Okay? You don't just come over here and just run the show and interrupt people. You disappear after a week. We didn't even know it when you came back. I look up. You were on for 43 minutes and then disappeared again, sir. Okay? So don't you come in here trying to chastise us. Okay?
I can't talk. You had me on mute. Hey, look. I can't go on vacation and enjoy some family time.
Hey, you and Ian brothers?
Huh?
Yeah, you sound like Ian for real, yeah.
I sound like EM? That's a compliment. I'm going to take that as a compliment, okay?
No, I'm talking about like when you first came in, I was looking for the EM profile. Me too, I was looking for EM.
Hey, Pete is in my back room and also on the Twitter space right now. So I'm not going to bring Pete in for another minute or two. But I just wanted to say I saw you guys on live while I was doing my show, and I just felt that you guys didn't love me no more, and I felt really bad.
I ain't trying to interrupt you, but wait a minute, Steven. We didn't know you was back, Steven.
I'm back, baby.
Early today, bro. Hey, we didn't know you was back. Shit about you.
Hey, Steven. We were on there. I heard you with Sardi. I even commented. The thing is, I felt like you weren't gonna allow anybody up there today, so that's why the guy started up the space.
Excuses.
So we wanted to top it up, talk Dolphins. We all wanted to top it up. If you opened up the panel, we would have gone up there with you.
What excuses? That's all I hear. Excuses. Hey, and hold up. I got one more little beef. I got one more little beef with them. Where Lewis at? Where's Lewis? Lewis, I got Lewis.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Lewis. Yeah, Lewis.
Damn, he better get on with Lewis about
Lewis. Sir, were you supposed to host a show on Wednesday? What happened?
Yeah, that shit, I can confirm that shit never happened.
That never happened. Hey, just so I'm about to throw I'm gonna publicly hold up. I'm gonna publicly throw Lewis under the bus, and then I'm gonna back over him, and then I'm gonna apologize for throwing him under the bus. That because true friends stab you in the front. And so this is what I'm gonna say. I got a text. I texted Lewis the night before, never got an answer, and then texted him before the show, hey, we still doing the show today, and then got a text later in the morning talking about I had to work today, and I'm sorry, man. So you knew that you had to work the night before the show. I don't care that you didn't have to work. Communicate with me. Let me know, Lewis.
Steven, let me ask you. Hold on, goddammit. You still owe me. Hold on, Steven.
Can I respond to all that nonsense? Can I
This nigga
respond to
Crypto
that?
gonna make it about a hot dog. You goddamn right, goddammit. Where my goddamn hot dog at? Where my goddamn hot dog? Lewis,
Can I just respond real
He
quick?
muted
I
everybody.
don't have y'all on mute when I respond. I just want to get a quick little response to the nonsense Stephen D came up here with. I was on the way home from a beautiful vacation with my wife, right? On the night before, I thought I was going to be able to. I didn't even think I was supposed to be going in. This month, again, I work for a dispensary. This month of 4/20, which is April, is hell month. I completely forgot. Bro, I was in meetings all day. And to verify, you can ask Batman that was hosting spaces on that day. I didn't come up. I haven't been around as much.
Lewis, you remember I texted you that morning.
And what did I tell you, Dave? Where was I at?
Niggas like, yo, I had to work, bro. My bad.
But you knew you had to work Tuesday night. You knew you had to work Tuesday night, Lewis.
I did not. Again, I did not think I was gonna have to be in there how I was that Wednesday, Steve.
But when you woke up in the morning, okay, you apologize. I can't say nothing no more. Okay.
Hold on, time out. Are you still running your show?
I was about to say he apologized, so shit.
And hold on, Steven, do you still got a show going on right now?
Yeah, I have a show going on right now. Everybody's listening to this on the show.
Disrespecting your guests, bro. This is the Stephen D that y'all be talking shit about.
Oh, y'all talking about me on here? So I see how it is.
Stephen D, let me just stop that right there. Nobody believes Jalen in this community. Jalen is a nobody. We consider him a lost little, like a child, and we brought him in. That's all this is.
I was about to say, y'all talking about me behind my back? I thought y'all loved me.
Hold on, Steven. If you're running the show and the show's listening, and we dropping all these goddamn fucks and bombs, and you know you can't charge the square jars for.
Oh, all y'all owe to the swear jar. Every last one of you motherfuckers owe.
Hey, you know what? Now it's time for me to be petty, Stephen D. Since you say everybody's listening.
Oh shit! I knew it's about to come back on me.
Right. I'm about to throw Stephen D under the bus. Just as a good friend, I reached back out to him because again he did call me and text me. As a good friend, I reached back to him. This is the first time I'm hearing back from Stephen D. I also in that text message, I was like, hey, brother, I'm sorry about everything. Hope you and the family are doing good on your vacation. And I still didn't even get a message back.
So you're saying Stephen D is reaching out now just because we're not on his show?
Damn, Steven, that's not Steven.
Hey, look, you see what had happened? What had happened was
damn, Dre.
What had happened? Hey, what?
I called you. You still ain't. Oh my
God. Hey, what had happened was the way my phone is set up is I forgot to charge my phone and I wasn't able to hit them back. And what had happened was
that sounds like that.
You couldn't charge your phone for 5 days, Stephen?
Look, you see the way my phone is set up and my family is.
He's a bad liar. He's a bad liar.
Look, man, it might be true, but I was mad at you, Lewis.
Voice cracking and shit. Look, man.
Look, you ain't gonna call me out. I'm gonna call you out.
We gonna see you on Wednesday, dog. We coming up there with all that. I know you got my last 2 letters. I wrote the addresses.
It's on them perfect.
Stupid as fuck, bro.
That's a good line. That's a good. Look, man, I just wanted to say I missed y'all. I'm sorry that I left y'all for a week, and I'm back. So I better see y'all tomorrow on the show. I know they talking shit about me. They don't love me. They just say that they love me. They don't really love me.
Jalen is one of those guys that's afraid to go on YouTube because he's afraid that people are going to see his face. So don't listen to Jalen. Don't listen to Jalen. Don't listen to Jalen. He has to ask permission.
Hold on. To be fair, Jalen said he will go up there as long as he have his brother and his papa.
No.
According to CB83.
Damn, man, Joe.
Damn. Fight back, bro.
Damn.
Fight back, Jalen.
The space.
You can't let that one go.
Pete, I was gonna. Hey, Pete, I was gonna bring you on, Pete. I was gonna bring Pete on. Pete left. I was in the middle of this. Hey,
Hey, hold on. Jalen want to speak his piece. Steve, I have a question for you.
Yes.
The reason why the show is hold on.
I love you, Pete.
Hold on, bro.
So Steven,
Hold on, bro.
What's wilding up here?
Mute his mic on, man.
I will go up on Steven's show right now. Steven, I will go up there right now.
Hey, Louis, my first time on YouTube, what I do, Louis? I show my what? I show my face. I went on YouTube what?
You put a face on it, Jalen. You put a face on it.
Okay.
Okay, Jalen. I didn't know. Okay, I'll take it back.
Hey, making sure Batman knows. You feel me? Like, yeah.
Fine, I'll take it in. Steven D.
Yes. Yes.
I've been sending a doppelganger this whole time. I'm scared of y'all niggas.
Wait, the reason why we was in here so early is because of Jalen got mad in the chat because somebody was talking about Tua. He was mad. They was checking out Tua leg. He was getting a little jealous. So we had to break it down.
Come on, tell him the truth. Tell him what he said, bro. He said the nigga was thick.
God damn, man.
All right. Well, hey, I got Pete's take. I hate to do this. Hey, real quick. I got my own show to run, and I have Pete's take in my back room. So I'm gonna let a real Dolphins fan. I'm gonna let a real Dolphins fan come up here and talk. Hey, look, you're not gonna be disrespecting Pete. All right, Pete is the smartest man in this community, and as soon as y'all realize that. Hey, I love you guys. You guys are the best. Just so you guys know. Hey,
True talk his way.
stay black. I love y'all. Peace.
Hey, I don't know. That shit kind of sounds. Hey, man, fuck that. I'm going over to Steven D's channel to give them that motherfucker the business. Fuck all that. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
Man, I can't do both of them shits. I can't be on Space and motherfucking YouTube.
All right. Pete, what's up, Pete?
Oh my God,
Pete.
you saved me from all that Twitter cap. I didn't even know you were live today.
I'm sorry.
And thank you for having me up. It was a great time. Don't worry, I had a great weekend. I missed out on a lot of cap as well. I was catching up today. And man, oh man, do these guys, they upset me on YouTube. Sometimes they upset me on Twitter. It's just an upsetting
those
fan base
YouTubers,
point,
I mean, those
to the
Twitter
point that,
people,
they
can't
say, I don't
stand
know
those Twitter
football.
people.
Really? Oh, those
Can't
guys
stand
on
those
Twitter
Twitter
are
people.
Pure losers.
They're the
losers
worst.
over there.
They're
Twitter's
the
unfiltered.
worst. Every last one of
They're
them.
the worst. They're the worst. But anyways, so one of the takes that they
Those
got
Twitter
truly
people are
upset
so
with me.
horrible.
No. We are not letting this happen. I'm telling you right now. Hey, we better start getting some donations up here to eliminate the swear jar because I'm letting loose. I'm telling you.
Hey, $25 eliminates your swear jar. That's a swear jar pass.
You know what? That might be an investment I'm about to make.
Dude, it's funny because I got like 3 invitations on Twitter to come to your space this morning from different people. And I was like, what in the world? I'm doing a show. Now, I was late to my show today. I definitely thought it was a school day. And I usually wake up with my kids. And what had happened is there was no school today. And yeah, that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all.
Wait, so you got mad at Lewis?
I did.
And you didn't know
and
there
I
was
had
school?
a right to. I don't care.
How do you not know
I
there
get
was
mad.
not school the day before? That's like getting mad at Lewis saying he had to work the day before.
Dude,
You know
I
what
was
I'm saying?
up till
You can't
5:30
forget that.
doing taxes, cuz.
That's a good excuse. But anyway,
Excuses.
look, I almost called you Batman because they be capping
Oh,
on
wow.
these Twitter streets.
Lewis
man.
does look a little bit like
Hey,
Batman.
Look, so
That's
I came
cap.
up. No, I was talking about the show.
He
You
said,
know,
I'm better
I was trying to
looking than
talk to you,
Batman.
Steve, and I'm here to talk
Oh.
to you to let you know
We all
what's
know
been
that.
going on. Like my ears have been hearing this. Oh, look at Tua. Don't talk. All Pete talks about is Tua. That's all I hear on Twitter, and I don't get it. He's our quarterback. That's what we're gonna talk about in all reality. So number one, let's get that out of the way. And number two, all I heard was like, oh, Tua comes in shape. He's big. He's thicker than a Snicker. Shout out to Von Joe for that one.
Thicker than a
Von Joe
Snicker?
say that today.
Von Joe said that.
Von Joe said that
Stop
today. He said,
capping.
oh,
Von Joe
Tua's
ain't
thicker
say
than
that.
a Snicker. I heard him say it to me, bro. And I couldn't believe. And when I'm looking at it, I'm like, dude, like, look at Jalen Hurts. This is a player that truly took out workout dedication to the extreme. Tua looks sloppy to me. He looks like he gained weight that didn't help him out.
That's where you're.
This
That's
is
where you're
not
wrong.
good
That's where you're
football
wrong, though.
weight, bro. This is making him slower. This is not gonna make his arm strength harder. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, this is
Like,
where you're wrong.
It's
This is where you're wrong about
confusing
this.
to me. Like, hey, Steven, hold on, True Talk. Steven, this
All
is
right.
what's
This-
confusing
Oh,
to
this
me.
is True Talk?
Hold on.
This
Yes,
is
this is
ridiculous.
True
Steven.
Talk
Steven.
entered the
Here.
presence
Hey,
of my
hold on,
channel?
Hold on.
So
hold on,
Steven,
hold on, Louis.
I
This
just
is
know.
what-
I
hold on,
apologize.
True
I just
Talk,
heard
'cause
about
I
your
know
channel,
if
like
I
when
talk
you were
about
just talking
Tua,
on the space.
You get in your
And
feelings.
so I'm on
Let
here
me
now.
just finish. Let me just finish.
True Talk,
Steven,
thank you.
when
Oh,
This is
another
gonna be
player
ridiculous.
comes in,
You
hey,
don't want this, Steven. You don't want this.
Steven, remember when Leonard Fournette had those pictures up last year or the year before that he was fatter? He was a fat boy. He came in overweight. They made fun of this
I'm
guy.
a fat boy, okay? I'm
Yeah.
fat.
But
That man
how
is
come
not
we're
fat.
not making fun of Tua for you don't see the picture that I see then? You didn't see the picture that I was showing on the Twitter spaces?
Pete, let me ask you a question. Is Patrick Mahomes fat? He has a stomach, yes. Is Justin Herbert fat? He has a little bit of a stomach, yes.
Yeah, but those
real what you
quarterbacks
guys
that
have
you're
been
talking
arguing
about,
about for a
I'm
week
not gonna
now?
do this
Tom
with you
Brady.
today.
Tom Brady has a little bit of a
They're
stomach.
arguing. That's what they're
Lewis,
arguing.
tell me this is not what's happening over at Twitter Spaces.
That's
No.
what these two are
Well,
arguing about.
Steven, have you looked at Tua's legs? Have you seen how big they are and like
But
how
man,
muscular they are?
look, man, as a man,
Yeah, but
as a
his legs
man,
are thick, but he's
that
still.
man is in
He's
shape.
not a running
Okay,
quarterback.
he's a very athletic-looking guy. Okay,
And Steven, let me tell you why.
You over
Let me
here
tell you,
talking about men.
Steven, let me tell you
Okay.
why I think
I've never heard it all.
he's been working out his legs like crazy this offseason.
Hey,
Let me tell you
why.
Let me tell you why. Because
Listen
I
to this.
think so.
Dougie Fresh says True Talk is street lingo for huffing AutoZone carb cleaner. What? True Talk. Why don't the people like you, True Talk?
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I
True
have
Talk,
haters.
like, hold
I
up,
have haters,
True.
and I have fans. I have followers.
True. All right. I've never met you. This is my first time meeting you. Number one, nice to meet you. Thank you for coming on my show. Okay, I allow everybody on my show, so you are always welcome. True.
Sounds
Just
good.
understand.
I'm gonna subscribe. Right when I'm done, I'm definitely subscribing.
Now, subscribe, hit the like button, donate to the channel, help the channel grow. Love it all. Okay, become a member, become part of the ready, Lewis, family. My Vin Diesel voice.
So
We
Man.
try, man, but realistically, put that picture up.
But I've heard True Talk that True Talk. I've heard that you've overtaken Pete as.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Pete, me and Pete agree on a lot of things that we do agree on a lot of things, but we don't agree on one thing, and it's the Tua conversation. Me and Pete do agree with that Christian Wilkins should get traded. We do agree that Salvin Ahmed is the best running back on our team. We agree on a lot of things, but one thing that I want to say is, so Steven, if you look at it like this,
Look at Esther.
why is a quarterback that doesn't run, that is a pocket passer, why is he working on his legs? Tell me, why is the number one dual threat quarterback coming out of high school and he's finally working on his legs and getting them bulkier? Tell me why.
I mean, I don't know.
Let me tell you why.
I mean, it makes no sense to me, True Talk. He was never a fast quarterback in the first place. He's taken this offseason to learn to fall. Like, I'm so mad as a fan, bro. Like, stop.
Agreed.
We're in trouble.
Pete, I agree with you on that, but bro, he has a plan, bro, and his plan is to start running again this year, bro. I'm telling you, he's going.
He's got a 5-year plan. What is it? Don't die. Sorry.
He's gonna run, Steven. He's gonna run this year, bro. I'm telling you, he's running. This year, he's gonna run.
You guys are praising this guy to
old,
come back
what
with
is he saying, Big Daddy? His old wrinkly balls and ooh, gross.
He looks like the average
Big Daddy. Such a
dad.
good movie.
He looks like a dad that's been drinking a lot of beer lately. He doesn't look like an NFL player that's been in the NFL for 4 years, training hard and gaining muscle.
Pete, if you want to talk about that, let's look at the NBA.
Oh my God, Lewis, tell me this is not what the conversation's been.
Yes, on Twitter, Steven.
Between them two.
Lewis.
Bro,
Pete, let's look at the NBA. If we're talking about fat, let's look at the NBA.
And that's fine,
Jokic,
Steven. I don't expect anybody to want to join this conversation because
I want to go back.
Nobody understands the game.
I want to go back on vacation.
But at the end of the day,
so bad.
But at the
so
end,
bad.
Steven, when you picture it, Jalen Hurts and Tua, they came out the same year. They both had a slim body. For one to look very muscular and the other one to look as sloppy as he does, who took?
See, Pete?
Well, Pete, I agree with you on that statement about.
I agree. Their football life more.
Keeps dropping.
I agree with you on that, but they're different quarterbacks, bro. You can't compare two different types of quarterbacks. That's the thing. You're comparing Jalen Hurts, somebody that runs 90% of the time, that looks to run, to a guy that doesn't. You get what I'm saying? This Tua is much more of a thrower, while Jalen Hurts is more of a runner.
Is this little broski the one that I thought was a troll from Twitter?
Hurts is losing.
I'm not a troll. I'm not a troll. That's the thing. People think I'm a troll, and I'm not.
Estefan, I'm sorry, I missed you.
I just want to say I'm on my lunch break and
get on camera. Get on camera. I haven't seen you, man.
Shout out to Masvidal, for a good career.
Let's go, baby.
I enjoyed that speech. Let's go, Brandon. All right, y'all get back at it.
Check this
We're
out.
not doing that over here. We're not doing that over here.
Losing Super Bowls and talking about how he needs to get better.
I got it.
But P, it's a different type of quarterback, bro. They're different types of quarterbacks.
No, I don't want
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to say.
Tua, come on,
no
bro. Like, why do we gotta live through this?
Live through what? The greatest quarterback we've ever seen in Miami Dolphins history.
Is this how Twitter Spaces are normally run?
Yes.
Pete, the greatest quarterback in Miami Dolphins history, bro. I'm telling you, Tua Tagovailoa
Hey, Lewis,
is
this the kid that I thought was a troll?
Yeah, bro.
That the same kid?
Yeah.
No, you see,
I like
Steven,
True Talk. Y'all don't know why y'all hate True Talk. I like.
So,
I don't know the guy.
I don't
so,
like. I don't like
so
his
Steven,
Tua takes. I already told y'all from day one. This guy with Tua, he's delusional. He's off the ledge. He's not even in Tua nears agree with him. But everything else he does.
He's not a troll.
Like you know what he's talking about. The Christian Wilkins.
Tua's a hero.
Yeah, I thought he was. He's just a Tua troll. To a point.
He agreed. I agree with you on everything.
And get you a hero.
100% agree with that. So Steven, I saw in your comment section somebody said, let me pull it up. So somebody said, New England decided to move on from Mac because of lack of arm strength, and he has a stronger arm than Tua. This is what you guys don't understand. Bailey Zappi is a better quarterback than Mac Jones. 90% of the New England Patriots team wants Bailey Zappi as their starting quarterback.
Can we just all agree that Bailey Zappi and Mac Jones both suck?
Well, Bailey Zappi. Here's the thing about Bailey Zappi. If Bailey Zappi becomes a starting quarterback, I would be more worried about the Patriots than I will be worried about any other team in the AFC East, to be honest with you.
That's an absurd statement, I will admit. You are more than happy to make that statement on my channel, but I'm going to say that that is wrong. You know,
I'm
that's
so
a crazy
happy
take.
that
crazy take.
that is
True talk.
But how about
Did you just hold up? I need True Talk to clarify this. Did you just say that Billy Zappi, if he was the starting quarterback for the New England Patriots, would be the most dangerous team in the AFC East?
Well, I think the Dolphins are the most dangerous, but I think that a close number 2 would be the New England Patriots with Bailey Zappi, to be honest with you. But if they have Mac Jones or if they have Lamar Jackson, they're going to end up in fourth. Let me explain why, Steven. So,
I'm listening.
So if
this
you
is
look
ridiculous.
at it, Bailey Zappi beat the San Francisco 49ers in his first start ever. He threw up like what was it? I don't know. Someone could stat check me, but I think it was like 300 or 400 yards. He threw for that in his first game, right? They were starting Brian Hoyer, I believe, at first. He got hurt in the first drive, and then Bailey Zappi comes in, takes over the league by storm. Then he kind of falls off a cliff just a little bit because he's not used to the type of stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? But now that he's
Steven,
like
shut up, shut up,
This is
little
ridiculous.
TT. Steven,
but look,
check your fucking Cash App.
Check my Cash App. All right, hold up.
So that's what I'm saying.
You can't be
Bailey Zappi is
like
then
that.
it's gonna be like
You can't be
you know what I'm
cursing
saying?
like that.
Bon
We got
Jovi,
kids listening.
you can't be canceling nobody.
True talk. You're
You
gone
gotta
for 10
let- you
minutes.
gotta-
Thank you.
You're gone for
Appreciate
10
you.
minutes. All
Tua
right,
is a hero.
hold up. This is True Talk's first time to the channel. I need to explain to him what the rules are.
No, you don't.
Here
You don't
we
have
have
to, you don't have to explain to
timeout
retards.
there. Hold on. If you
Why don't
if
you
that-
explain to him the rules
Bonjo
before you
just paid
take him back?
10 minutes for True Talk to be timed out for 10 minutes. If you want to come back, True Talk, you or somebody on your behalf can pay double.
His mama didn't give him his allowance. He's not paying.
And then Bonjo cannot time you out anymore at $10, but he can always upgrade to the $50 day ban or the week-long ban or the month-long ban. Okay, you or someone on your behalf can pay to bring that person back. Once that happens, the original person who banned or timed you out can no longer ban or time out at that level. They must move up to the next tier, but someone else can ban or time out at any level. Okay, so
Steven, his mom didn't give him his allowance.
remember,
He's not
this
going to
is
pay.
for fun and supports the channel. Enjoy. Don't take it personally.
Here's my question, because
that's like an amendment. You know what I got to
with
say to
Tua-
that long script?
Go ahead. That's
Go
the
ahead.
Finn, actually. Go ahead, bro. I ain't even
Von
seen
Joe,
you in a while. So
what's
how
up,
you
buddy?
been?
What's up? Hey, how you doing, bro?
I'm
How was
good,
your
man. I'm
vacation?
good.
It was
How
good,
are you,
man.
Pete?
Really good. I had a lot
How
of
you
fun.
doing on them
spending
scratch
time
I
with
offs, man?
actually been wondering where you've
That's
been
what's
at.
up. I'm
be
glad to hear
honest
that
with
you and the
you, but
family
I
had a
told
time to
y'all
be
I
cool.
was leaving for a week. Now Lewis was supposed to do a show on Wednesday,
I'm
but
trying
he
to find
didn't
out
show up.
how
I
Pete
had
did
to
on them
work,
scratch
man.
offs.
Crazy.
You should go to Pete's
I
channel
thought you hit a big
and see how he
scratch
did.
off.
That's the.
Hey Pete, are you still doing scratch offs?
I do as soon as I get my hand on some more. I just had my son's birthday weekend.
Hey,
Was
I
this
don't
weekend.
gamble
You know what I'm
as you
saying?
know. I don't
I know you
gamble
don't gamble,
as
so
you
don't worry.
know.
Y'all stop with all that.
But I do live vicariously through you, and I enjoy some of your. I do go and watch and hit the like button, Pete.
Hey, Steven, you're the man for that. I do appreciate you. I do have like 2 right
If
now.
you have
I'll
a
probably
channel
buy some
or any
more.
platform, I will come and listen and support.
If I
even
win,
if it's
if
a
I
crazy
win, I'm
thing.
telling you guys, look, listen, I already said this on my own stream, Steven. If I win the top prize of $25 million, I will buy a Dolphin party house, okay? Because I don't need all those millions. I will literally have a house for where everybody just wants to go. It'll just be there. It'll just be there. It'll be live stream nonstop, party nonstop, food nonstop. It'll never be. It'll be an everyday party, everyday Dolphin stuff. Open house. It'll just be like an open house, open invitation.
Did everybody leave Batman's Twitter stream? I feel bad if that happened.
No, they're still on. No.
All right.
I was still logged in. You know I could be in 2 places at one time, Steven. I'm like omnipresent.
Hey, hot dog man, you are very loud. Like you're
I'm omnipresent, Stephen D. I'm omnipresent.
Okay, but you're loud. You're super loud.
You're omni loud.
Hold on. You ain't gonna. We gotta plug the Phins tailgate because we got Lewis up here. Just when he starts talking about,
I don't want to plug those crazy people over there. Forget those Phins tailgate guys. I don't care about them.
Damn.
I'm trying to talk. Listen, when Lewis starts talking about boxing, plug your ears because he don't know what he's talking about. All right, go ahead.
He's horrible when it comes to fighting stuff. Don't worry about it.
Can you hear me now, Von Joe? Can you hear me?
We hear you, Crypto.
Bro, who can't hear you? That's the problem.
Y'all be lying y'all's ass off. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop.
Lewis, I've never once lied on my show. I have no idea what you're pertaining to.
Oh my God.
Oh man, Steven, you know what?
When Lewis is on, make sure you hit the thumbs down, but make sure you flip it back to thumbs up when he's done.
You know,
Hey, I need me a drink. Hold on.
Steven. I was actually upset at you,
Crypto, are you in the tub again?
Friday stream.
I'm not in the tub yet. I'm thinking about running some bath water, some nice warm water.
Still loud and wrong.
It's all good. It's all good about
just tell
that
the
capping
truth, Crypto.
Friday.
It sounds like you're taking a shit.
We'll leave that one under the table. We'll leave that one.
No, Esther. I haven't gotten to that phase yet, Esther.
By the way, you guys do hear Pete having a whole conversation by himself here.
Yes.
Yeah, I do. It's hilarious.
Okay.
We here, bud, Joe.
Back in 10 minutes. Yes, you are back in 10 minutes. True talk.
What? I don't know why you entertaining Lil TT.
Listen, I got some whiskey. Hey, Bon Joe, I got some whiskey, boy. It's called Basil Hayden. You know about that?
Yeah, that's good. That's good whiskey. I have a
Basil Hayden.
Yeah.
That's the kind my father had this. I got this last bottle from him.
Yeah, I have a bottle here.
You can come back in 4 minutes.
Is that
Basil Hayden?
Is that A's or something? Is that like exclusive?
No, it's a regular dark. It's just a regular still.
New Finland says, "Here comes the gaslighting." That sounds about right. Crypto has
about whiskey. I'm not gaslighting nobody about whiskey.
And all sorts of disparaging comments. No class. What did you do last week? What happened? Crypto?
If he's talking about Batman show, that went off the Richters real quick.
Okay, so tell me what happened. I missed it. I'm here.
Let me just say it was between Batman and D1, and the Alphabet people are coming for Batman.
Oh,
well, I need to get updated too. What happened?
Yeah,
it was a nice cordial discussion.
It was a conversation between.
All right, remember, we don't get political up here.
No, it was not political. It was a conversation between on Batman show between D1 and Crypto. They were having a dolphin debate that got a little passionate because we're all passionate about our team.
Passionate and there was some. Is that a good word to use? Or
there were some phrases. Hold on. There were some phrases thrown around that the Alphabet people of that community are going to come for him.
Samsky said F-bombs dropped everywhere. Wow.
Wait.
And the F-bombs were not FU.
Time out. Everybody mute for 1 second. Because I don't know what happened, and I really don't care. But I do. You know what? I'm about to give y'all fans. I need y'all to listen. Okay. So I obviously have been away for a week. And when I left,
even that hat is ugly. I don't give a damn if it got a dolphin logo.
Hold on, Ian. I mean, whatever your name is.
It was a retaliatory response for me.
Okay.
That hat looks like it needs a propeller on
top.
Oh my
God, ask the
my disparaging comments only came in reaction to what D1's statements were.
Okay. All right.
And offended the Alphabet people.
Yes, and then it ascended to that. Because the first bombshell was thrown.
Oh my God, Crypto.
Time those guys out, fellas. Let Steven talk.
Thank you, Pete. So when I left last Wednesday, the prior Friday, I obviously had a show dedicated to content creators and how we as content creators, whether they be on Twitter, YouTube, whatever, should behave towards one another. And I know that kind of obviously escalated a little bit when
Stephen.
Doug and TD and Barry Cunningham had their platform. And I felt left out that I wasn't even invited. And I told them that, and I felt left out. And they were like, you were in. I was like, I know, but I just would have been nice to have been invited. Doug doesn't love me anymore, just so y'all know. Doug hates me. No, Doug doesn't hate me. I love Doug. Anyways, I felt that was addressed. Now, in the community, I've been talking with other fans via DMs, text messages, phone calls. And I was told to me that, you know what, it's not, and even other content creators, it's not, the content creators are not necessarily 100% the problem. It's the fans of some of these platforms that have been quote unquote, and I'll say it for lack of a better term, because I hate political talk, but radicalized by some of their platforms that they listen to. And I'll say this, fans definitely.
Yeah, like that Monado character in the chat.
We're not doing that, Crypto. We're going to stop that. I already told you on my show, we're not going to be doing that.
I know he's butthole because I call his ilk fascist and Nazi, two of Nazis.
Okay. I got to go, man.
That's what he's butthurt about.
Okay, let's respect Steven's show.
About what you're talking about. I apologize, but I only talk to the real ones. privately. I wanted to ask you a question. Does the hat come with the propeller? And I wanted to say, let's go Brandon. All right, there you go.
He said, let's go Rams.
No, he said,
He's
I'm not going to repeat what he said.
Estefan be on some weird stuff, man. He said,
definitely
let's
be
go
on some weird
Rams.
stuff sometimes. Anyways, as I was saying.
Go ahead, continue, Steven.
Amicus says, Steven, you're not big enough to be part of the Dolphins trifecta voice. I know they don't like me anymore.
Steven, focus.
All right, I'm sorry. So, yes, the fans, the radicalized fans of some of these platforms, definitely have what is called, Lewis, how do they say no chill? No chill. Okay. There is no chill for some of you fans, and you don't know where that line is. That could be or should not be crossed. And so what I will say to you, the fans, is this. If you would not say it in public or to that person's face, or better yet, for some of you probably would say it to some people's face.
I was going to say, Steven.
I'm going to say absolutely, especially when I give you my goddamn Latin long and tell you to do it.
Swear jar. If it is not necessarily not necessarily the politically correct thing, but the nice way to go about things. Like there's a etiquette. There is a lack of etiquette that is, or respect within
bad management.
It's just people. Okay. So how about we have better respect for people in general? You don't have to like them. You don't have to like their platform. You don't have to like their takes. You could say, Steven, your hot takes are straight garbage. And every time you make a hot take, 90% of the time, it doesn't come true. And I'm just going to bet everything you say the hot take of, because I will win a lot of money by just betting against the hot takes that you have, Steven. That doesn't hurt my feelings. Okay? My hot takes are my hot takes. All right? So just be more respectable of each other and other people. If you don't like their platform, don't listen to it. If you don't like some people, don't interact with them. But if you're going to interact, have some respect for yourself and each other.
No, that's not how it works, Steven. I'm sorry. If they're out here talking about my team and they're loud and wrong, they're going to get it, bro. They straight like that. Don't be talking about my team.
And you're going to get called a fascist or Nazi regardless of your goddamn freaking and you and your family. If you behave like one, you're going to get called one.
All right, hold on.
We got to stop this, man. We're already looking bad as a fan.
Oh my God, this is not what I was trying to do. Pete,
now
hold
we're
up.
going to be even softer now. Now we're going to be like, oh, well, let's ignore this guy because he said Tua's left arm is not strong enough. You know, like, come on. All of this started because of Tua, Steven, this divide. This is why I was mad at you on this last stream last Friday, and you know this. You brought this up. I'm not going to have this on your discussion. I'm not going to have it today. If you want to have it, we'll have it on another day. But like I told you, and I even paid $5 on a donation, you're straight capping with the guys up here that you're allowing that day talk about what they wanted to talk about and how they're leading that way. Okay? It was all straight cap. And you allowed it, but it is what it is. But at the end of the day, I mean, we're not going to do that.
Because you said cap. Pete, listen. Here's what I say. If you have an opinion about something, I don't think it's wrong. I mean,
it's not even an opinion at this point. It's a fact. Go look at your comment section, Steven, on that stream. I saw it this morning.
Pete, can I clarify?
Can you pull up on your stream the comment section of that stream and put it up on your stream?
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. I've already told you that.
Now we know who the problem is.
Among other people, if you want to bring up something to me in a debate, go find the evidence yourself and bring it to me. I'm not going to go do your legwork for you. I'm not going to go do the legwork for you.
They're
now,
telling you what it is.
Pete, hold up.
They're telling you what it is on that stream, on your comment section. That's literally what I've been saying for years.
Pete,
and you let it cap. You let the cap cap. I'm
Vonjo.
sorry, Steven. I'm out.
Pete, I didn't ask you to leave. I just asked you to be quiet for a second.
No, I'm not leaving. Like, I'm out. I'm done. I'm gonna respect it. I'm sorry.
All right. Pete, I want to clarify a couple of things. Number one, if you have a different opinion from somebody, I'm all about, bro, that's a crazy take. Bro, that's a trash take. Oh my God, dude, that's the worst take ever. To me, there's nothing wrong with that. You're debating, you're enjoying, you're having fun. But when you straight up say, bro, you are stupid and so are your takes. And you shouldn't even be allowed anywhere near a platform to say your takes. That's crossing the line. That's being
exactly, and that's some of the guys you had up on Friday were leading that charge as well. And some of them privately have off. I'm not even gonna say the rest, but y'all know what it is.
Okay. I said, okay, on my platform that I need to do a better job of that on Friday. Did I not say that? I clearly said that I'm going to be doing a better job of that. Now, I want people to have debates. I want people to have fun. I want people, like, I enjoy, like, I know some people don't like the kicking off. I don't care. I think it's fun part of the show. Wilding Out Wednesdays is one of the best days of the week. Lewis, is it not one of the best days of the entire Dolphins week?
Absolutely.
Okay, and it's fun. And for the people that don't like it, it's just not for you. It's just not. Okay. Now,
the people in the chat, they don't like it. They can kick rocks.
So, Pete, you have clearly told me on personal time, dude, I have no problem being kicked out. I love it. There are people that tell me all the time that you think that you're mad at getting kicked off. You have texted me, bro, man, that was fun.
No. Every time, 100%. Yep, and you see me when I get kicked out, I do it on the
by the way, I'm not necessarily saying
out loud, that tickled dumb,
by the way,
that.
I'm not necessarily saying this towards I'm not necessarily saying this towards you or that this statement is for you. This statement in general is for fans in general. Be more respectful of each other. If you don't like,
do I feel like that? Do I feel like that was made because of me, Steven? That's the real. Yes, I feel like that was made to try to get me out of here.
I don't think.
Good point, Amicus. Ask Milano why everybody's so fucking sensitive.
But it is. I like it. I like it for the community.
Crypto, you're at like $4. You go one more, you're out. You're out, Crypto. Till you pay your swear jar. You're at $4. Keep it up.
I got you, Steven. I got you.
What I will say is, I think we all need to do a better job of being respectful of each other, but let's have fun debates. I have no problem with saying, bro, your debate, your take is trash. To me, that's not bad. That's not horrible. But when you say that you as a person are trash or that you're a horrible person or come on, everybody deserves a platform or a place to talk. If you don't believe that, that's fine, then this platform's not for you. I give everybody a platform to talk. I also give people that are listening an opportunity that if you don't like what somebody's saying, you can change the subject by clearly kicking them off or timing them out for 10 minutes and getting a new conversation started. I literally give the fans entire and total control of most of my platform. I don't see any other platform that does that. The people that choose to come on a regular basis, they have narratives. I
appreciate it, Cap for Life. Good looking out.
Steven, could I say something?
Yep.
And I'll put names on things and I don't have time for the long talking and just going back and forth. Because
by the way, and let me just say this, Bonjo, before you go. If you're going to call somebody out, just be respectful of them and not.
No, I'm going to be full respectful. This is no disrespect
of them.
But we're literally having a full conversation, right? And we all know, okay, Pete has beef with EM. All right, they don't like each other. They can't stand being around. They don't even like being in the same space as each other. So we're going back and forth because EM was on here and Pete was on here. And bro.
Go ahead, Vonjo. Go ahead, Vonjo.
But I'm just saying, bro, what are we talking?
Name and then started off with my name. You feel what I'm saying, though, Vonjo? Like,
who cares? Okay, I'll start it off with EM. Okay, EM doesn't like Pete, and Pete doesn't like EM. They don't like each other. There.
Like, okay.
There. Let's reverse it. Since I have to be that.
By the way, I just want to say,
Vonjo, because I'm not gonna let nobody just lie on me like that.
Hold on, Pete. That's the problem when you put names on it. Is you're talking about somebody. If you want to put names on it, do it from your own perspective. Don't talk about why Pete doesn't like it.
It's literally hold on. It's literally because I put Pete name first.
You up there.
Hold on, because I put Pete's name first, and I have to read.
Okay,
I'll put EM. Okay, I'll put EM's name first. Who cares who name comes first?
I have no.
I care, obviously, Von Joe. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I care.
Boy,
I just want to state
this community has become a whole bunch of sensitive
I want you to finish.
But I do want to hear the rest of your point.
I know. I want to hear the rest of your statement. Let me.
I care. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, Pete. I do want to state. I want you to finish your statement. But let me just say this, Fonjo. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Pete and EM. Now, I think they both have different personalities, and it rubs certain people the wrong way. But I know when I talk to Pete behind closed doors, I know that he's a man of his word, and he's a really good man. And I know when I talk to EM behind closed doors, the same thing. So I personally don't have beef with either one of them. I don't always like what they might say. I don't always like the way they go about things, but I respect them both. And I think that's where the conversation is had, is we've lost the ability as fans to respect one another. That's why I have a problem with putting names on it, because when you put names on it in a public stance, then the narrative goes to, oh my God, this person doesn't like this person. And the conversation isn't, hey, how do we come to a mutual understanding? We don't have to find common ground. Just a mutual understanding of respect for each other. I think your takes are crazy. You think mine's crazy. That's fine. Do you understand what I'm saying, Vonjo?
Yeah, I got you.
No, you don't. I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm asking you to just understand where I'm coming from.
No, Steven, Steven, I get it. I truly do. But again, we just spent 20 minutes because
go ahead and finish. I want to hear the rest of your
saying we're spending 20 minutes about going back and forth on this. Okay, y'all two don't like each other. Okay, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Move on.
So what should happen in
the conversation? Like, what? Listen, Steven, sometimes there's just people that they get them in the same. They're oil and water. They're not going to mix.
Yep, they just don't mix. I agree with that.
I feel like this situation has gotten to a point where it's oil and water for them.
I agree. By the way,
it is what it is.
I just want to state for the record, that's how out of it I am. I didn't know that Pete and EM had beef with each other. I really didn't.
Oh, bro, you are.
Hey, you see, and you put my name first again.
Oh gosh.
Can you go back to your comment? Hey, Steven, can you go to your comment section from the last Friday stream and show your comment section of what the comments look like?
I've said to Cap for Life, I've said to a million people, I will not go get you go screenshot it, send it to me.
Hey, Cap for Life said that? Cap for Life said that?
No, Cap for Life was trying to make a point in the past on something, and I said, "Go."
What's up, Mountie?
Oh,
go do the
I was about to say.
Yeah, no.
He be thinking like me.
What's going on, Mountie?
Okay, go ahead.
What's going on?
How you feel? Nothing much, shit, man.
What's good, brother?
What's up, Mountie?
They apparently, hey, Mountie, school them on the language of a sailor. Apparently, people in the chat's getting their feelings on what the language of a sailor is. School them, Mountie.
Hey. Who y'all, shit, man? Who y'all?
Right, exactly.
Look, man, I just want us to have more respect for each other. I wasn't trying to get on a conversation of this. When I went on my tangent on Friday, it was said to me, hey, Steven, it's not necessarily the content creator, because my comments were directed at all content creators. It was not directed towards the people that listen to them. And then I had conversations with some people that were like, bro, it's the people that listen to them that are some of being the ones that are toxic in the community, which are causing or igniting or gaslighting, as some people like to say.
And this is what I'll say. This is what I'll say to that, Steven. In my opinion, it kind of sucks that some of you content creators, right, that have these channels for us. This is for us. And I appreciate each and every single last one of you. I always say it. All of you are good in your own beautiful ways, no matter how or what. Okay,
everybody. Reason,
but I just don't like. I don't
Doug,
like
Barry
the fact
Cunningham,
that,
Larry K, Phins tailgate,
all of them,
everybody.
TD, all of them. I don't care who you want to name. Everyone is good
They're all
in
great
their
in their own way.
Okay, but this is the thing. Steven decides to drop the link on Monday. A portion of the fan base sees Pete, or maybe whoever they want to see. Oh, that's it. This guy let this guy up. He's canceled. He's no good. That's a toxic place that you don't want to be at. All because you come. Yeah, I know what you had, Steven.
Lewis, have you and I not have conversations behind closed doors about what people think that my channel's toxic, and I'm like the least toxic person in the world?
Yep. Exactly. Just because of
why would it be toxic?
You know what I'm saying? Like you're the blame.
Pete, do I let you come on every time? Do I not allow you to come on?
Heck yeah, Steven. That's why I love you and I support your show and I try to donate as much as I can because I appreciate people like you. You got to understand that, Steven. When I come up here to talk football. I come up here to talk about my team, whether it's in a good light or in a non-good light. You got to understand where I sit at as a fan. So people can sit here and be like, man, I understand Pete. I mean, he's very negative. He sucks with his takes. But to a point, he's 5% right? I mean, you got to give him a little.
I don't know about 5%. Pete, that's a stretch. You're more like 1, but that's neither here or there.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it's not far-fetched. It can't be completely based off where, you know what I'm saying? It
is far-fetched.
It's crazy to me how they will try to cancel
I want to hear it.
Batman.
I want to hear it. If you are willing to talk about it, I'm willing to listen to it. And even if
I
it
just
sounds
feel bad
crazy,
for all of you guys. I feel like a lot of you guys would have had more subscribers.
And to Von Joe's point, I do think
the negativity.
Well, I agree with Von Joe's point. There are some people that just do not mesh well together. Like it just doesn't. Like, for example, when I had EM on the other day, there was 2 or 3 people in the back room that wanted to get on with him. And I knew the conversation that we were having was a very productive one. And I didn't want I wasn't trying to be disrespectful to anybody that was waiting in the back room. I just knew that if they got on with EM, it was going to get into something else because I know how EM is. And I was enjoying the conversation of where it was at that time. So I try not to gatekeep. I don't think that I do. I also know that sometimes I want to keep conversations.
Yeah, you will, Steve. You gatekeeping.
I'm not gatekeeping. I never gatekeeped, ever. So, whatever. I don't know. But I love you guys, and I missed you for a week, and I was really upset that I couldn't be on. Because I was jealous when I saw everybody else get on and have their stuff. And, yeah. And then when I saw Von Joe and Lewis hosting this morning, I said they don't love me anymore, and they absolutely hated me. And, guess it must be true. Nothing. You guys don't even want to elaborate?
No, it ain't true, Steven.
That's not what I was told.
Listen, all I know.
I'm not elaborating because I'm tired of this softness in this community.
Oh, you want to go hard, Von Joe?
We're tired of the softness.
Okay. Well, we should make a new day. Go hard Mondays during the off.
Pause. There's a hard pause.
No, that's get hard Monday, not go hard. I didn't say get hard.
It's just weird. No, it's just weird.
I'm not even gonna go down that road.
I know you're not talking. Like. You talk to us when you're in the bathtub.
This Monday morning been completely wild. He's talking about Tua's thickness, whispering, and it's this. Wow, this Monday has been too much for me. I can't.
All right. Well, we're going to do final thoughts of the day, and then I'm going to come back tomorrow with Nando Talk and Hot Take Tuesday. And then Wednesday,
I'm going to say here, I think we should have Nando versus Von Joe because just Nando just be.
Do you want to do that?
You and Nando just be up here, just be fuzzy.
I have no problem with that. My question to you is, can you get off tomorrow and be on camera? I will do that if you can be on camera.
Probably not. I have to plan it out. I can't do 1 day notices like you, Steven. I need to plan out my life.
Tell you what, if you can get a morning off on a Tuesday with Nando, I will be more than happy to do like 10 to 20 topics and do a head-to-head Von Joe versus Nando talk.
Yeah, because y'all just be capping out here with you and Nando. Y'all just get in. Y'all start getting into. Y'all take your hopium. And have the hopium drip.
I'm your local hopium dealer, boy. Let me tell you, Louis.
Yeah, y'all boy got a whole hopium drip IV going on. Louis sees it. Y'all be having y'all whole hopium drip IV going on.
Rainbows and unicorns, right?
Talking a whole
bunch of nonsense. Rainbows and unicorns.
I just don't know how it's called Hot Take Tuesday with Stephen D and Nando. All y'all do is sit there and agree with each other.
I think be lukewarm at most. At most, that shit lukewarm.
There's no hot takes. I mean, Stephen brings up something, Nando says, I agree.
That's how I'm introducing the show tomorrow. Welcome to Lukewarm Tuesdays.
Exactly. At most, that thing be lukewarm.
Let's go.
Lukewarm, the damn thing is frozen over.
I am 100% changing
damn take is frozen over. Damn lukewarm.
Thumbnail for tomorrow to instead of Hot Take Tuesday, it's going to be called Lukewarm Tuesdays, as told by Von Joe.
That thing be super lukewarm, bro. That thing was hot with it when you first bought it, but you let it sit out on the table too long.
Oh, and then
Goldilocks don't even want that thing. It's too cold.
Nah, this porridge is too cold. Oh, this porridge is too hot. This porridge is just right. All right, final thought of the day. Mountie Phins, final thought.
Hold on, I gotta get to work. Anyways, I've been here way too long. I gotta get back to work.
Hey,
Steven,
you had time to host a Twitter space this morning. You don't have time to sit on a little bit longer so you could do the final thought?
I'm glad you understand. Okay,
Steven is
there you
salty,
go.
boy. Steven
No, I'm glad.
no,
He
understands.
boy.
I'm glad. Hold on. Again, Lewis, I'm glad that Steven understood everything I just said.
Get it.
So again, let me go ahead. I need to get back to work. Steven, at the end of the day, just make sure you're on time tomorrow, and we will be here. Okay? If you build it, we will come.
I will be on time. I will be on time. I will be.
You guys take care, man. No matter what, man. Fins up.
Love you, brother.
All right.
Mountie, final thought of the day, Mountie. Take yourself off me. Go ahead.
Hey man, Stevie D, man, as always, it's always an honor and a pleasure for me to come up, man. Listen to you guys and sometimes speak. But I catch y'all another day.
Look, hey, Wednesday.
Hey,
Wilding out Wednesday, my guy. I hope to see you on Wednesday.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Be good.
All right, be good, man. All right, shit, mate.
Money.
All right. As always, Crypto, please, let's not have a monologue and let's keep it to a thought. 1 minute. You have a timer. I'm giving you a timer, Crypto. 1 minute. Final thought. Not
you're
final
not gatekeeping?
monologue.
By definition, that's a gatekeeping.
It's called final thought. Let's do a 10-minute monologue.
You gave me a time and then you say you're not gatekeeping? Wow. That's great, Steven. I'll give you credit for that one. At least you tried to do it with a straight face and say you wasn't gatekeeping.
Never gatekeeped, ever. No gatekeeping.
Welcome. Well, I'll say this as a final thought, Steven, to make you happy. Welcome back to the Welcome back to the fold.
I appreciate it, man. I missed you guys a lot. I really do.
You came back and stuck your toe in the water on Twitter, and that cesspool over there.
Let me tell y'all something, Crypto. They are
wilding out Wednesdays
over there. Those people are just those are crazy people over there. You Twitter folk, let me tell you, absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's all love, man. It's all good. All of us is frustrated with 30 years or 40 years or 50 years of not winning it all, and that's what's really coming out, and indirectly one way or another. We just want to win the title. That's all, Steven. We just saying it in so many ways in one. It's like, Steven, I'll end it this way. If you're departing JFK, if you want to go to England, you could fly east or west. One way will take you around the world and it'll take you forever. And another way is more direct. That's all.
Hey, if anybody times out Crypto, I will give them a swear jar pass for the day if they time out Crypto before his monologue is up. Go ahead, Crypto. I'm not gatekeeping.
Man, you're man. Steven, I'll end it with this. Steven,
you've been ending it for 10 minutes, Crypto.
I'll end it with this, Steven.
Oh, man.
I'll say this. You're a honey that the bees don't want.
What? I am honey that the bees don't want. I don't know how to take that. That might be the most disrespectful thing.
with that, no. See?
That's the most disrespectful thing that's ever been said to me. Honey, my wife says I'm like honey. I'm delicious. I'm not gonna tell you what my wife says to me. Okay, that's between me and my wife. Well, you're not gonna tell me that I'm not sweet like honey.
Do the bees want you? Do the bees want you?
Hey, look, I only need one bee, my queen bee. Okay.
All right, I got you.
Okay.
All right,
That's
man.
it.
All right, all right. I'll take it back, Steven. You good? You all good, man.
And you're never getting a hot
Appreciate you,
dog.
bro.
Ever getting a hot dog.
And you're up to
Ever.
about 500 hot dogs right
No,
now.
how do you
Counting.
explain interest on hot dogs, bro?
Trust me, I'll sit you down one day and I'll explain.
You
the
gonna run the
mechanism.
numbers? You gonna show
I'll
me?
run
You
the
gonna do a
numbers for
tax
you.
return on hot dogs and how interest
Get,
on hot
get that
dogs?
get that 1099 ready. Get that 1099 ready. Because it's a lot of interest accruing, boy.
You're the worst.
Get that 1099 ready. Matter of fact, next week is tax week. So
No,
get
that's why I
ready.
did my taxes.
Get it ready.
That's why there was no. I slept through the original show this morning. That's why we're on at 3:00 in the afternoon
You was doing your taxes now?
till 5:30 in the morning. My wife wanted it done before we went on vacation, and I didn't get it done. So I was trying to be a good husband, and in return, I slept through the greatest morning show ever.
Damn.
From what I've been told.
You got to the 18th, Stephen. We got an extra 3 days. You got to the 18th. You good?
Well, you don't tell my wife that. My wife said they needed to be done, and when my wife says something, I do it. She puts her foot down. When my wife says jump, I ask, "Is
Get
this
no
high
argument
enough,
for me.
ma'am?"
I agree with her. I
hope
agree
she
with her. You get no
listening
argument with me.
and absolutely knows that I'm not telling lies up here at all. I'm blinking twice. Okay, I'm in trouble. Save me. She beats me. Okay, that's not funny. That's not a good joke. But anyways, I love you guys. You guys are the best.
Yeah, man.
Be good,
Be
Crypto.
good, man. All right, Lewis, brother from
All right,
another mother. You be good.
All right, Crypto.
Crypto's hot dog takes are the worst. The worst. What does your shirt say, Lewis?
Believe the hype.
What? Who's the hype?
Your boy.
Your boy.
Your boy's the hype.
The boy. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Where did you go on vacation?
I went to the Bahamas.
You went to did you see our Bohemian brother down there? Sharif?
I did not.
You didn't go take a nap at the Sharif's?
No.
Okay.
I took a nice nap on the beach though. It was nice.
Bahamas are fun. Where'd you go? Did you take a cruise?
Yeah, we took a cruise.
What'd you take?
Margaritaville.
Margarita. Oh, I didn't know you. Are you a Jimmy Buffett guy?
Hey man, it was the cheapest price I could find.
Those people know how to party though, don't they?
Hey, it was nonstop.
So my mom is part, or else she was, she still is a part. I'll tell you a funny story real quick. So my mom, I'm not going to, she lives in North Carolina and she's part of her, they have fan club. You know how Dolphins have fan clubs? Miami Dolphin fan club, NorCal fan club, South Cal, and the Triangle fan club, the Dolphins NYC, the Southwest Florida fan club, everything, right? Okay.
Right.
So there's fan clubs for Jimmy Buffett called I forget what they're called. They're called Parrot Heads. Okay. And my mom is a part of this. So I'm chilling with my mom for a couple of days. She is telling me the beef and the drama that goes on in some Parrot Head fan clubs. And I'm like, Mom, you should listen to my show about Dolphins and their fan clubs and their fans, because they sound exactly alike. The only difference is these are all 90% of them are like 60, 70, 80-year-old white people who are beefing and have drama over nothing. Okay. And we're a multitude and a mixture and a melting pot of people about the greatest football team of all time. But it sounded very familiar. And I thought it was funny. So, yeah. But my mom's parent. So, Margaritaville is a good time, man.
Oh, it was definitely a good time. I enjoyed it. A little wait time. Just me and the wife got away from the kids. Just left everything, man. And went and had a good time. So, it was good.
A little bit of news. Sad news. Bow campers in Fort Lauderdale, where we have fan club weekend every year, is being tore down.
Oh,
for a hotel. I know. I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, that's stupid.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Bo Campers has been there for a minute, and it's where we've had fan club weekend every year for years. So I haven't talked to Mark Angelo, the Godfather, or Scott Howell, the Atlanta Dolphin Club president, who put that on every year. But yeah, man, Bo Campers in Fort Lauderdale is being torn down.
Damn.
Don't like it.
Yeah, I'm sad to hear that.
But you know what they say about real estate: when it's hot, you sell it.
Yeah,
you got to
for
sell.
sure.
And so he probably got an offer. They probably got an offer they couldn't say no to, and took it. I'm not mad at it from a business perspective if it was the best move for him, but I'm sad because it's such an iconic place for Dolphins fans to meet up during the season, and it's not going to be there. And I have no idea where they're going to meet now. None.
That's sad.
Flipside Fishing said that's very sad news. Is Bo Camper's health okay? I don't know. I mean, I think he was on the boat with you should have done that. Did you look into the Dolphins cruise?
I did not.
Okay, because it was at the same time.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away, Steven. These people are driving me nuts.
Dude, they're not that bad.
Yeah, sure they're not.
Dolphins fans are not that bad.
Listen, I told you. I'm with you. I'm with your movement. I love everybody, but
except when I ask you to host a show and you don't do it.
Whatever, Steven.
Because work. Because this thing called work overrided my show.
Listen.
Paying your bills became more important than my show. How dare you, Lewis?
Listen, this is hell month for me. I'm surprised I got a little free time now. The only reason is my wife is back.
Is it raining there?
No, it's beautiful, sunny. Actually, it feels good, nice little breeze. So we're probably at like 70, 73, I think, 74 degrees here.
Kids
sunny
go back.
breeze.
Are kids out of school?
No, they're back in school.
Today?
Yeah, no. My son was at school last week.
Okay.
So
yeah, my kid goes back to school. My kids go back to school tomorrow. So
no.
They were out for 11 days.
Yeah.
For spring
These kids
break.
are spoiled too. Yeah, they're spoiled.
11 days, cuz. You know how much time I got for spring break? We got maybe that Thursday, that Friday, and that Monday off. And the weekend. That was it. That was our spring break. We never had a week. My kids got 11 days. What? What do they expect? They know we have jobs. Can't be affording babysitters for 11 days. They're out here bothering us. We're trying to get work done. I'm over here trying to run the greatest morning show. And because they didn't go to school today, I wasn't able to get up on time. It's all my kids' fault. I'm blaming them.
You got to start taking responsibility, Steve.
No, I don't want to. Never. I'm not going to do it. It's all my kids' fault. I would never claim responsibility.
Oh, man. Well,
always shove it off on somebody else. That's my motto. It's never my fault.
That's why I go to Twitter and I blame everything on you.
I know. That's why they said, Steven, so this is the guy y'all talk shit about every day.
That's a lie. Jalen is, again, he's like an ugly stepchild that we're just
ugly
raising.
Stepchild. I don't know who Jalen is, but that's just rude. Remember, I'm trying to cut down on it.
I'm sorry. You're right. Hey, you're right. He's just a stepchild then. He's not ugly.
He's just a stepchild. He's not an ugly stepchild.
I mean, what do you want me to say? Man, listen, we have some characters in this community.
We do.
It's, I get what you're trying to do. I'm with it. I think everybody has a voice, whether it's True Talk, whether it's Pete, whether it's EM, myself, you, or anybody else. It's just, people get in their feelings, man. So as long as, we can stay level-headed and try to work through those issues instead of just automatically, dropping addresses or let's meet up and let's harm each other. And as long as we could just keep it respectful. Again, you ain't got to like the person, just try to interact as best as you can and keep it moving forward. That's it, man. That's all we can do.
All right. Well, I love you guys. You guys are the best fans in the world. Lewis is an okay fan. He's not the best fan in the world. He's an okay fan in the world.
That's cap.
That's cap. That's cap.
That's cap. We're gonna work on those shirts, Steven.
Hey, bro, you're telling me. I'm with it, cuz.
I gotta get with Cam. I gotta get with the homie Cam and work.
Now get with me. Get with me. Get with me.
Well, okay. Well then, let's make it happen, Captain.
First of all, that's my saying, and I don't hear a lot of people say that anymore.
I ain't never heard you say that.
What's happening, Captain? What's up? What's up, my guy?
Maybe you said it once or twice.
I've said it once or twice.
Okay.
My favorite saying is "my brother from another mother," and then TD called me out that day. Stephen, everybody's your brother from another mother. I have a lot of family.
That's a fire hat, Stephen, by the way, before you end this thing.
Bro, real talk. So, fan club weekend last year, OJ McDuffie and Seth Lovett from the Fish Tank came, and the Dolphins gave them like 200 of these hats, maybe 150, something like that. And so these were given out at fan club weekend last year. And they are legit. They're a new era, like legit. Love it, man.
That's fresh.
It's the cancer hat from like 2 years ago, and love the hat. It is one of my favorite hats. You know my hat game is fire, right? The disrespect is real. My hat game is fire.
Okay.
There's only one person that I think has better hat game than me.
And who's that?
In life, period. Bert Kershire, the guy who does the stand-up comedian. He's got some really good hats for his show.
You know where he's from?
Tampa, baby. Tampa.
You know what I'm saying?
Have you ever seen him?
Plenty of times. He's always around here. Bro, he hangs out all kind of just you'll catch him at local bars and restaurants and stuff. He's just a normal dude, man.
Dude, I would love it. I want to meet him. I want to go see him live. And my dream is to sit and have a beer with him. Like, I want to drink with him. You know, like, all right, so I don't smoke weed at all. Okay. But I mean, I don't care about people that do. Okay. I'm all about it. But I have to admit, Lewis, my dream, and one of my dreams, even though I don't smoke, just one time, I want to smoke with Ricky Williams. Like that right? Right? Just to say that I did it. Just to say that I did it with Ricky Williams would be, yeah. So this time I was hanging out with Ricky and we were smoking a joint, and it was that. Just to say I did it. Come on, if that's not on your bucket list as a Dolphins fan, even if you don't do the weed, the pot, as my mom would say, the pot. Yeah.
Well, Batman tells a story that Ricky was at a tailgate with him one time, and he was drinking and doing other activities. And
I can neither confirm nor deny that because Ricky's never been to any of our tailgates that I'm aware of.
Well, you're gonna have to talk to Batman because Batman said he tells the story all the time. So
I'm sure that I don't doubt that it's not true. Like I've heard some stories about him. Now, I will tell you, okay, I'll say this story on air, and I don't really care. So this past year, there was a Dolphins fan from the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, and he brought some gummies with him. And I've tried it once or twice, never really, but I was there. It was night. We had nothing to do. And I tried just one small one. And Lewis, when I tell you, I tripped out. Roller coaster, up and down, screaming, going catatonic, just sitting there. People were scared. They thought I was going to have a heart attack. Then I would be screaming and laughing. Did this for like 3.5 hours. People were messing with me. It was definitely up there. Yeah. So this was, this past year. It was, let me just say, I have, behind closed doors, I have some more stories about that night, and it was an interesting one, Lewis. Let me just tell you, it was a very interesting one. And he gave me a bag of them to begin the night, and he's like, just take one, you can take the rest of these home. I gave him back that bag the next morning. I was like, bro, I don't ever want to feel like this again, because I tripped out. Like, I'd never had an experience like that before, and it was supposed to be a 10 milligram. And I don't care what anybody said, that was not 10 milligrams. That was a lot more. That was, so when somebody says they got that Colorado stuff, Don't mess with it. It's
Oh man.
it's strong. That's all I know. Strong. Okay. Anything from Colorado was definitely strong. So
I don't know, Steven.
I don't know how you guys make your stuff in Tampa, but I'm sure it's not that strong.
First of all, I don't make no stuff. I just want that. I have nothing to do with that. The company I work for might have
I just
something.
distribute them.
Hey, listen, I'm licensed to do so. It is.
I'm a
what it
licensed.
is.
Say it. I'm a licensed professional.
That's what I am. I'm a licensed drug dealer throughout the state of Florida.
God love
I'm a
you.
mule, man. I'm a mule. What do you want me to say?
God love America. Don't ever get robbed, though. Are you allowed to carry? Legally, are you allowed to carry is the question.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So you can. So I don't know. I mean, what am I asking? It's Florida. You can do anything there. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't personally. I don't carry nothing.
I wasn't asking you to say that yes or no. I was just asking you because I feel like it would be like an armored truck situation for what you do.
Well, we got tailors that follow us. If you know what I mean. Guys that tail us everywhere we go. There's eyes on the truck at all times.
Okay.
So
Do you need a medical card to buy your stuff, or can you just walk in? Okay.
No, you need a card.
Yeah. In DC, you don't need a card.
Oh, well. Yeah. That's why y'all got that y'all got boo-boo stuff up there.
So I went to DC to do some recon for the FedEx takeover, and we stopped by a store there, and it was pretty cool. You didn't need a card or anything. You could just walk in, grab whatever you wanted to grab, pay for it, and walk out. And I was like, we don't need a card. What? No. And if you get pulled over, it doesn't matter in DC if you don't have a certain amount on you and stuff. So I thought that was
that's the same way down here in Florida. It doesn't matter. It's more of a citation now, depending on the amount that you have. You can ride around with.
I ain't gonna lie. I would love to get a weed company or what do you call yourself? Is it a weed company?
It's a dispensary.
Or a dispensary. I would love to get a dispensary to be a sponsor for the show.
Listen, I've tried to get them, and they don't. They're just not into it. The people that are in that industry, they're only worried about one thing, and it's a bill. Listen, that's one thing about marijuana. It's never gonna go nowhere.
Yeah,
it's just never gonna go nowhere.
Too
And
much money.
business is, bro, it's booming. It is absolutely booming.
Metro Boomin wants some more. I got some really big things. I got a really big thing.
Once it goes
we be coming with no strings. We be coming with no strings.
I'm telling you right now. Once it becomes recreational down here, to where it's just you can grow it legally.
Eventually, you're not even going to need a card. That you can just go in and buy it.
Eventually, it'll be in Walmart's. Eventually, that's
I
where
don't
we're
know
headed.
if that'll ever get to that.
I'm telling you right now. You know how you go up to a little vending machine, get a Snickers bar and a soda? Gonna be just like that.
You think?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it's coming.
Like back in the day, you had those old Marlboro. By the way, I don't smoke cigarettes, but I have a lot of friends that do, and one of them has that in his man cave. An old school 10-cent. You put 10 cents in, and you get a stack. You get a pack of cigarettes. It's pretty dope looking because it looks like it's from the 60s, and it's really cool looking.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
And he's also got like those old school Coca-Cola refrigerators too, or dispense machines where you put a quarter in and it dispenses the glass bottle Cokes. Dope man cave. Do you have a man cave?
Listen, I got a wife and 4 kids, Steven.
No.
I barely got a living room.
I know.
I ain't got nothing.
Why do the kids take everything when we grow up? What happens, man? Do we ever get it back? Does it happen?
No. Well, no. Actually, I'm lying. Hopefully, again.
How old are your kids?
I got a 19-year-old that just started at UCF. And
all right, let's go.
and he's a junior, but next year he'll be a senior, and he has like 4 or 5, I think it's like 5 now, Division I schools scholarships to play football.
That's awesome.
So hopefully, if his dream is to where he wants to play in the league eventually, hopefully I am going to be taking at least 5 to 10% out of that contract.
Oh, you're gonna be his representation, legal representation.
Oh no, I don't need to. I'm just taking 5 to 10%.
I raised you. I'm taking 5 to 10%.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he definitely has to pay back.
So real talk. So I grew up in Backwardsville, nowhere, North Carolina, country. We had one stoplight in the entire county. I'll say that again. We had one stoplight in the entire county. Okay. So there was a former football player from there, though. The Kevin Hart pocket joke applies not only to wives, but to children as well. Cruz Ruiz says, facts, straight facts. But anyways, a former NFL football player played there. Now, when I was in elementary school in the fifth grade, Buckland Elementary, my mom was the computer teacher there. And it was in the 5th grade, and one of the custodians, I was trying to find the correct word of what they were called. They want to say the cleaning lady. Custodians and bus drivers for the school was this player's mom. And I became really like, but he played for the Buffalo Bills, Thomas Smith. He's been on the show before. And he lives down in Miami now, actually. He lives in South Florida. But he's a former Buffalo Bill, played for them, played in a Super Bowl with them. Really great guy. But his mom was the custodian and bus driver at the school while he was there. Years later, I had asked her, I said, why did you still do that? She's like, because I love the kids. I love being close. Like, I just love the elementary school and love the kids. And so I always thought that was really cool. But one of the things that I found out years later, that he paid for his mom's house, bought his mom and dad a car, paid off their mortgage, like just cool stuff like that. So I said, if I ever made it, I'd want to pay off my parents' house and their debt so that they could do whatever they want to do. I don't know if I'd have to give them 5 to 10%, but I would give them whatever they wanted. They wouldn't have to work ever again. I know that. So yeah, you don't have to take it. He'll give it to you if you do it the right way.
Well, listen, he always offers, because again, he has big dreams. But I told him all the time, I said, my dream for you, right, is for you to go to college. And again, to have 5 Division I schools that have already offered you is a blessing. Because in my opinion, as a father, and I'm just speaking for me, I know we were playing around about 5, 10% or whatever. I know he would take care of me. But my big thing was, like I tell him all the time, your goal shouldn't be trying to get to the league. Your goal, right, should be a college education at first. Because you're going to get a college education to play a game that you love. Now, if the benefit comes that an NFL team looks at you or you make an NFL roster, cool, that's just a bonus.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, for me, it's more about college and stuff. And he tells me all the time that he would take care of me. See, I got 2 older kids from a previous marriage. Now my wife now, we had 2 other kids. So they're, stepbrother. And he always tells me all the time, Pop, if I make it, of course, you, Mom, the family will be taken care of for sure. But he is already on the mindset that if he makes it like that, his brother, his older brother, his 2 younger siblings, in a separate marriage now, those guys will be taken care of. And for me as a father, that's what is gratifying for me.
That's dope, man.
Because if I can't do it one day, for God forbid, he is willing to step up and already, so I'm just proud of him, man.
That's the best part about family. That's the best part about family, man.
Absolutely.
And by the way, that's what I found, and that's what you and I have talked about it behind closed doors. That's what I found in this community. I know there's a lot of drama and there's a lot of bullshit that goes on, but some of this community is great. A lot of this community is great. And so that's my final thought for the day. This community is awesome if you get in touch with the right people. And you're one of those right people most of the time, except on Wednesdays when you're supposed to host Wildin' Out Wednesdays and your job becomes more important than you saying what you said you were going to do. And then you left the people stranded for a week. It's all your fault.
I'm hosting this Wildin' Out Wednesday right here coming up. I'll be the first one in the back.
I'll believe it when I see it.
There ain't gonna be no sugarcoat. I'm telling you right now, there ain't gonna be no sugarcoat in this Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't gonna be no holding back. Where's my homie Samaj at?
I don't know. Samaj probably said, nope, Lewis is a liar, and I don't believe him no more.
Samaj is a day one.
Day one. Like 4 flats on a Cadillac. If he was any bigger, he'd be my...
I ain't saying it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You knew where I was going, though.
Yeah.
You knew where I was going, Lewis.
Yeah,
I can't say it either. But you my guy.
Absolutely. And just like Samaj's mom. I'm not saying that. Hey man, I'm going. Listen, they're already calling me back on Twitter. This thing is toxic. They don't let me sleep, Steven.
Hey. Y'all have fun.
And I gotta go back to work. I'm just waiting here for the wife to get home. She had to go back into the office. Now I gotta go back to work.
Says not a Cadillac, Ford Pinto.
Ain't nobody driving no Pintos out here.
For real quick, what's the worst car you've ever had in your life?
88 Deltona.
What the hell is that? I gotta look that up real quick. 88.
It's a boat.
Deltona. Car?
Yes.
Is it 88? Oldsmobile.
Yeah. Horrible.
I don't even see pictures for it. There's no pictures of it.
They probably don't have no pictures of it, Steven. It's horrible.
Oh, I see it. There we go. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bro.
It was rough.
I had a I don't know what year it was, but it was like, and it was in the 80s. I had it for 3 months. It was a long white car, and I think it was an Oldsmobile or a Buick or something like that. It was a boat, essentially very similar to yours, but the front end was round. Like it wasn't, yours is square. Mine was like a little bit round, right? And it was a boat. And my uncle got it for me. My uncle and my dad got it for me for $600 or $900. And because I had just wrecked my other car and I didn't have any money at that time. So my dad and my uncle got this car for me, and they got it. And I lived on Northern Parkway in Loch Raven in Baltimore. It was this somewhat busy street in Baltimore. And I parked on the side of the road. That's where you had to park when we lived in these townhouses. And it was parked on the opposite side of the road on Northern Parkway going to the west side of Baltimore. One night we are laying in bed, Lewis, my wife and I hear this. And I turn to my wife and I say, somebody just crashed the car. Knew it. Just never heard it before. I just knew somebody had hit it. Looked out the window. Sure enough, I see 3 cars tore up, and this one car with the right front end wheel gone. The wheel's up in the hill on the side of the road. I get dressed. I go outside, and this guy's there, and my car is, I mean, it's totaled, Lewis. It's straight totaled. And so are these 2 other cars that were parked behind me. And I never talked to the guys. By the time I had got outside, the police had gotten there. Never seen the police so quick to respond in my life. I'll tell you why in a second. So the ambulance comes, the police are there. They're taking our statement. We're telling them, look, we didn't see it. We just heard it. My neighbors are like, oh, I saw it. I was out on my front porch. I saw the whole thing. Blah, 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 blah. Well, we got the guy's insurance information from the police officer. And I said, I just want to speak to him to make sure he's okay. He already left the scene. Okay. He's okay, but he's already left the scene. Didn't leave in the ambulance. Just left the scene. Come to find out, it was a police officer off duty who was drunk. Called the precinct where he worked at, which is where we live, they came to the scene first, took care of everything. Now, I'm not 100% upset. I get that's how the world works sometimes, right? Whatever. Well, don't care to a certain extent. Just be safer. Don't be stupid. Don't drink and drive. But I told you my parents, my uncle and my dad got me that car for like $900. Guess how much insurance paid out for it?
How much?
$5,000.
Oh my God.
I had the car for 3 months. They gave me $5,000 for the car. It was totaled. They're like, the work is about $5,000 worth of work. The car's not worth that much. Here's a check for $5,000. Best investment ever made. And I didn't even make it. So it was a blessing in disguise, Lewis, essentially. Basically, if you live in a city, just park your car on the side of the road if it's a bad car and just pray somebody hits it. And you're going to make out. That's how insurance works.
Well, I don't want no one hitting my truck now. I ain't gonna lie. I wish they would have hit my 88. I couldn't stand that car.
I hate that car.
I didn't even buy it. That thing was passed down from generations in my family.
Bro, this car is... My parents had a Cadillac Seville. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
A red Cadillac Seville. It was my grandfather's car. And when he passed away, they got it. And I wanted it. I was like, that's the car I want. And they sold it when I was in high school. I was so pissed off that they sold it.
No. I had a Seville too. I had an all maroon Seville.
Red,
maroon?
right?
Yeah, like a red maroon.
I had the same car. Easy. Because I've seen it. 4-door.
Yeah, it was kind of
It
big.
had electric windows. It was a big
Yeah.
deal. The electric windows. It wasn't the roll down ones. It was an electric car back in the 80s.
Yeah,
Never seen that before.
Hey, we're gonna stop dating ourselves, Stephen. We keep saying we're driving in the 80s. People are gonna think we're old out here, Stephen.
Dude, I'm an 80s baby, man. I grew up with the 90s, but I was born in the 80s. So I say I'm both 80s and 90s. Definitely say that I'm both. I grew up with the Power Rangers. By the way, real talk, Power Rangers is coming back on Netflix.
I'm not really doing this, are you, Stephen?
Yeah,
You're
I
not
am.
really.
I am.
Unbelievable.
I'm a 90s kid at heart, man. Sorry.
I'm a 90s kid too, but Power Rangers?
Come on, bro. You didn't watch Power Rangers? All right, real quick. Give me your guilty pleasure from the 90s. Like a couple of shows that you watch you would not necessarily admit out loud. Gotta be honest with me.
Man. I'm not gonna lie.
Doug? Did you watch Doug?
I watched a little Doug. I'm not gonna lie, big.
You can't tell me Skeeter wasn't black. His best friend was black. I know he was blue, but he was black. I don't care what nobody says.
It was the Friday nights. I think it was the TGIF Friday where it had all the shows starting like the prime time 8 o'clock. Had like the Steve Urkel show, Family Matters, and all that.
Family
stuff.
Matters.
Yeah. So
by the way, it's true. All right, real talk. Funny story. Family Matters in season 1 did not have Steve Urkel.
Right.
He was supposed to be a guest appearance in the 8th or 9th episode and killed it so much that they're like, well, let's just keep his character on.
Right.
And eventually nobody even called it Family Matters. It was Steve Urkel comes on on Friday.
Yeah.
They never called it Family Matters, which is always funny to me.
Yeah.
And man, that was
killed
good.
that role. Yeah. That was like a staple in the household.
But that's not a guilty pleasure. That's part of your childhood.
I didn't have no guilty pleasure.
You didn't watch Barney. You didn't watch Power Rangers. You didn't watch Pokemon. You didn't watch.
I was watching magazines that I would hide under my bed. When everybody went to sleep.
All right.
That's what I was looking at, Steven.
Stop looking at Tiger Beat. You know you were looking at Tiger Beat and Pop Sensation.
No, I was never really.
Did you listen to Pop? Did you listen to NSYNC or Backstreet Boys? Stop lying.
Hell no.
Tell me the truth.
Hell no.
See, I know you're lying. I know you're capping.
In the 90s?
Bro, I was listening to NSYNC, bro.
I was on that Biggie, Tupac, Wu-Tang,
Sipping on
Harmony.
juice.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
What's the first rap album you ever bought?
NWA, I believe. The NWA album.
How old are you?
I'll be 42 this year.
Okay, see, I'm 34. You're 8 years older than me. That's why.
Yeah.
There is that age difference between us. And we both grew up a little bit differently, probably. I grew up in the good old country as a white boy, okay, in the good old country. And my very first album I ever bought was Genesis, Phil Collins, and Queen. And then my first rap album I ever bought was the Marshall Mathers album, the Marshall Mathers LP, or My Name Is. And then, no, the second one. It was the second one was the first album I ever bought, the Marshall Mathers LP. Oh. Internet went out. That sucks.
That does suck. Oh, Steven's freezing up. Then we lost him.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. You're just frozen. Like the screen is frozen, but I can hear you. Uh-oh. I think we lost Steven.
Come on, man.
No, I heard you right there. Uh-oh. I think it's just me. Hey. Well, I just thank everybody for coming through, man. CLOCKBLOCKERS is back. Stephen D is back. He got the group back together. So it was good times, man. Can't believe he called up on Twitter, though. Came up to call people out, man. That was ridiculous.
Man, they got me.
It did get you.
They got me, my guy.
Yeah, they got you quick.
Were you about to host your own show?
I was. I seen it in the chat, the Rapid Dolphin show.
Okay. All right, man. We done talked. I know. Yeah. I gave what's his face, Hot Dog Man, all that crap for doing a monologue, and we had a full blown out conversation for the last 40 minutes.
Unbelievable. And that's what happens, man, when you get friends who got back together, man.
I know. I missed you, man. You're the man, brother. All right. I hope you all enjoyed the show today. My internet, I had that 2 cell service and it just dropped. It was bad.
Well, I'm out of here. I'm gonna let you end the show. All right.
I love you, brother. Be good, man.
Love, peace, and chicken grease to everyone.
Love, peace, and hair grease.
Peace, love, and vapor rub.
I ain't gonna one up you. Get off my channel.
Later.
Anyways, hope you all enjoyed the show today. Because clearly my internet does not want to work. Did 4 hours today. Wasn't planning on doing 4 hours, but you know, it was fun hanging out with y'all. If y'all like the show today, donate to the channel. Help the channel grow. Can't grow without your help. Hit the like button. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hot Take Tuesday with Nando Talk. We'll see you tomorrow. Wednesday, Dolph Freaky, Wildin' Out Wednesday. Thursday, Cameron. Throwback Thursday. Friday, we will have Jason back on again for Spread Kindness Friday. And we're going to talk a lot of Dolphin stuff, different trade scenarios. We're going to get a little bit deeper into draft coverage. I'm going to try to get Doug Smith on with me sometime this week or next week. So be on the lookout for that. The Touchdown with Doug Smith. Go check out his channel. It's really good. So you guys are the best. I love y'all. Hope you all enjoyed the show today. Please hit the like button. Sign up to become a member of the channel. And once again, donate to the channel if you're able to. It goes such a long way into helping the channel grow. And I missed a week of donations, so it helps. So please donate if you're able to donate. It helps. You guys can donate on Cash App or PayPal. Use the link in the description below. If you're rewatching this, you can use the YouTube Super Thanks, which is the heart sign with the dollar sign in the middle. Or you guys can just go ahead and use the Super Chat or Super Sticker. Okay. I love y'all. Y'all the best fans in the world. I will see y'all tomorrow right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Hope you all enjoy everything. We will see you. Peace, hair grease, chicken grease. Y'all the best. Peace.